yet, but just wait a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm logging in.
Got it. Yeah, but just wait a second.
Yeah.
Okay. And if everyone just bears with me, I'm just doing some technical stuff. All right, Max, we're going to start the webinar, so that will allow others in. And Max, you can do what we discussed.
Sounds good.
I'll wait for a few more people. I'm going to I don't know, Max, if I made you co-host, but I will now. I think Max does a lot of this now, but if let's see, Christian, Mark. Okay, Mark, I made you co-host as you often help. Am I missing something? I don't see Christian here yet.
Yes, I am. You have to make me co-host.
Are you co-host already? Oh,
No, I'm not.
I hear the bird. I hear the bird. And I hear. Looking for you in the
We should make the bird the co-host.
Yeah.
probably do just as good a job as from all of us, but I don't see you in the panelist.
No, yeah, really, I am.
Oh, there you go.
Hello, friends.
He's there.
I got it. Yeah, it's just in my interface. Thank you. Okay, so we made you co-host as well. And then I just want to do a quick spot. I know that I see Deputy Inspector Yaguchi here. I will tell you that Deputy Inspector Gallagher was not able to make it, and I have not heard from the 20th. So I'm going to start. If Mark or any of you guys see someone from the 20th coming in, you let me know. So why don't we jump in? I want to welcome everyone to our May full board meeting. As always, but particularly today, we have a full agenda. One of the things that I wanted to start out as always is community involvement. So there's going to be three ways. Well, first of all, I'm going to acknowledge that it's spring out. I have my doors open, so you will have the sounds of New York City in the background. It's number one. There's nothing I can do because I'm now on a lower floor. I face the street. So that's Streetscapes of New York will join our meeting, and I'll do my best to mute from time to time, but you may get a honk or two. Two things. For community involvement, we will work off three things. One is if people can raise their hand from the community, we will acknowledge them. We have had the Q&A open for quite some time. And if people know from the last meeting, I read out of the Q&A as much as I could. And we will do our best to involve that. And I think that we should be able to place something. I think Max is in the process that there's going to be a question that's going to be open that says, how do I join? And then Max is going to put in the two different links to do so. Max, can you update us on how close you are to doing that?
We'll know in about 30 more seconds.
Okay. So those are the three ways that the community can communicate with us, which is always a key. I'm going to jump in and just go over agenda. As always, we have adjusted our Zoom agendas, and they've been pretty stable, but they still are starting out with a public safety session. We then do our business session. We then do our community session. So it's pretty straightforward. I think we've got about, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7 or 8 items to vote on and one to present, but we'll go through that as well.
Can you remove my co-host, actually?
Got it. Okay. Let me see what you're saying. I don't know if that should affect it, but I will withdraw your co-host permission. I think it starts with asking the question, but let's go. Okay, so we will start with our public safety session. I did want to acknowledge, and I will speak about it before the business session, We had some conversations during last month about how processes and talking about our Zooms. I will say that that spilled over, and there was a conversation, our steering meetings, we spent time talking about making our Zooms effective and what's the best way. I'll speak a little bit more about that before our business session to kind of go through that. I think one of the things we talked about was shortening up this public safety session, that we all had acknowledged it was important, but we were going to shorten it, give or take that. I think we only have one participant. That should be natural, but we're going to dedicate 30 minutes to this. We're going to have, it's going to be in priority order. We'll have them speak. We are going to have the public. If the public has any questions, I think we viewed this very much as a public facing session to go to the public first. And then we'll have board members, and we will look for board members who may perhaps have never spoken during the session, and then board members that speak on a regular basis. At the end of that 30 minutes, wherever we're at, that's what we're going to do. We hope everyone will fit in. If not, we do have a public safety task force, particularly for board members. I encourage you to go there where you can speak. But that was agreed upon it was agreed to tighten this up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. So with that, I know Deputy Inspector Yaguchi, I think you've been kind enough to join us. And if you could start with your report, that'd be wonderful. I guess we'll pause a few more minutes. I'm pretty sure I saw him here. If anybody else can hear me.
Sorry. Now can you hear me?
We can. We know that was a stellar report you just gave, but you're going to have to give it again.
I'll make it quick on that, on what you just mentioned. Just quick little overview. We're slightly up compared to last year's 28-day period, which is the 4-week period that we usually kind of measure our crime stats. We're at 98 index crimes, led by an increase in felony assaults and burglaries, and also grand larcenies were up as well, 54 versus 35. I'll touch on, I'm sure, the incident that happened on Sunday, which was a fatal shooting that took place right off of 102nd Street and Amsterdam Avenue. Unfortunately, we had a male who was shot while he was inside of his car. Again, and I know this is something that everyone asks, but the investigation I can't talk too much about, but detectives are gathering, talking to witnesses, gathering video, and trying to find out exactly what happened. That is our first homicide of the year and our second shooting of this year. And as you stated, to keep this session a little bit tighter, I'll turn it over to all of you so we can spend more time on the questions that all of you have.
Great. Let me just double check. Does anybody see anybody, or I say anybody, Mark or Max, do you see anybody from the 20th?
I think Captain Zuber was going to be on, and then I know I was just listening to the radio. They just had an incident that I know I just heard him on the radio on, so I don't think he'll be available. Okay,
well, thank you. And then how about, I know that we had a Battalion Chief Spall that's been joining us, but he hasn't responded. Is anybody from the fire department joining us today?
There's nobody. I'm here.
Let's go ahead. I see one, BC Mike McCroy.
Yes, I'm Mike McCroy from Battalion 11 on 100th Street. I was asked to come to discuss the fatal fire that happened a couple days ago.
Great.
Whenever you want to reach that part of the meeting, I can jump in, unless you want to do it now.
We're here, so this is that part. So if you want to give us an update on that incident, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Like I said, I was asked to attend to discuss the fatal fire at 382 Central Park West, which occurred on April 27th. I'll just give a quick rundown and what we did and the times, and if anybody has any questions or comments after that, I can address them. So about 9:20 p.m. that night, 911 calls were coming in about smoke in apartment 10L, with more additional calls reporting a fire in 10L. About a minute later, we got our response tickets. The units start responding. A few minutes later to that, the first unit started arriving. We report into the lobby and verified with the doorman. He also mentioned apartment 10L and figured out which wing the L apartments were in. It was the B wing, and then we start going to the B wing and we call the elevators and start transporting people up to the 9th floor, which is our standard procedure. We begin firefighting operations, and when members of Ladder 22 got to apartment 10L, they confirmed there was a working fire in that apartment and began forcing the door and began their search. And meanwhile, I was downstairs in the lobby. I gave the signal for 1077, which means more units respond for a residential high-rise fire. And then with everything's going smooth, we're doing our normal stretching the hose line, forcing the door. And let me just get this right here. All right, so while the truck company was forcing the door, along with the regular lock, there was also the chain that was locked inside of it, which kind of gave the perception that somebody was in there. So they continued to force. While they're searching, they find the lady in the apartment on the kitchen floor. They bring her out, start rescue operations down the hallway, down to the elevator. The guys did a great job getting it down to the lobby where they were working on her with CPR, handed off to the ambulance, who continued their life-saving procedures and transported her to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite besides a great rescue effort, we were notified the next day that the tenant was succumbed to her injuries and passed away at the hospital. So the day after that, what we do a fatal fire campaign, and the fire safety education unit, along with the local fire company, Ladder 22, they were on Columbus and West 97th Street for fire safety outreach. They were handing out smoke detectors. They were given just any information. They were there for a couple hours. Any information people have about fire safety, not particular to this incident, but just in general. And the fatal fire is still under investigation by the fire marshals. But I reached out to them yesterday at work, and they said it does not look suspicious, and an autopsy was scheduled for today. And I haven't heard anything further. So that's just a quick rundown what we did that day, that night. And I'm happy to answer any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you. If you could stay on, there should be some Q&A. Was there anybody else to make a report? I thought I heard maybe somebody else speaking. I'm going to pause a few seconds and I'm going to open it up to Q&A. Okay, so we'll open it up to Q&A. Again, I'm asking for anybody, we're going to start off with the public. So anybody who raises their hand, we'll go through there. And then if we have time, we'll go to the board members. So I will start out and allow Winifred, we're going to allow you to talk and you can ask your questions. Winifred, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. This is not with regard, Steve, to public safety. It's another issue.
Well, I did want to say, Winifred, this is the public safety section. There is a public session towards the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
And I think, I could recall on you then, but this would be more if you had a question for either the fire or the police department.
I don't for the fire or the police department.
Okay, well then if we could, if I'll diligently look for you later in the meeting and we'll have you speak, but I do think that would be the more appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, again, just from that perspective, if you want to speak to or have a question about public safety, now is the time. Anthony Dolce, we're allowing you to speak at this time.
Good evening. Hi there. My name is Anthony Dolce. I don't know if you can see me or not.
We can see you have a sign up. We don't see you personally, but you are able to speak. So why don't you use your time?
Okay, thank you. So I want to take a moment to talk about landlord-tenant harassment. I believe that every tenant should have the right to feel safe in their home. And hello, can you hear me?
I can. Again, I did want to clarify, and I'm this is about public safety, and if
I'm getting to that.
Great. Okay.
So my husband, for those of you who don't know, are one of 50 tenants who are suing the same landlord for landlord-tenant harassment and for using illegal tactics to harass us and force us out of our home. And 20th precinct and HPD and the Manhattan DA's office has been unwilling to help investigate my complaint against this landlord. And certain politicians also have been unwilling to help us so far this year with helping these government agencies do their jobs. And my family, I don't feel safe because the people who victimized my family have not been held criminally accountable for their actions. And, you know, we have to have fair justice in the system, and no tenant should ever have somebody coming to their home, making threats to their lives, beating on their door, breaking their door down, and making false police reports against them about crimes that they never committed. You can find more information about my lawsuit against Dorchester Towers if you search gay couple sues Manhattan landlord for anti-LGBTQ discrimination and harassment. So I wanted to bring this to everyone here's attention, because it's been going on since 2018.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Deputy Inspector Yaguchi, if you just have any words of wisdom or thoughts regarding a matter such as this.
Sorry about that. The only thing we can tell you is when it comes to unlawful eviction, we do arrest for that, but that's the only thing I think. I don't want to give legal advice, so I'll just leave it at that.
Well, thank
Well,
you.
it's not about legal advice.
Thank you very much. I think
accountability.
we're ready to appreciate it very much. I think, again, we got some other people that have been to speak. We're very empathized, and also we'll have.
Okay. My question wasn't answered. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that you've spoken to the office a handful of times, and I encourage you to continue to have that dialogue. And thank you very much for bringing this very important issue to light.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I'm double checking here. Is it because I think he had two hands. I think this is the same person. So excuse me for having a little bit of confusion. If anybody else in the attendees want to, or any of the community want to re-raise their hand, otherwise we're going to move over and allow some of the board members with our last 10 minutes, and we'll have Rich Robbins speak.
Stephen, I see in the Q&A there's someone who identifies themselves as Public Max Public. I don't know if that's the same person.
Max. I'm about to post the link in for the rest of the meeting. That was our little way of getting a way to post it. So, yeah, Christian did it as well.
Brilliant.
That's our Max. So I did want to line up that anybody in the community that not as digitally advanced and feels like perhaps that they have a little challenging raising their digital hand. If you go into Q&A, there is two different sections under Public Max Public, which is our, for full disclosure, our wonderful assistant, our work effort. It's wonderful, Max. But you can sign up as a speaker. You could sign up as an elected sign up. We'll do so. If you click into that, that is another way for you to sign up if you feel like raising the digital hand is a little bit tricky for you. So let's move on and let's have Rich Robbins speak.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for joining. And awful news to hear about the fatality in the fire, as well as the fatality on 102nd Street. Question for Inspector Yaguchi. Double part question. One is, we've seen a lot of incidents in the Douglas houses and in the area around Amsterdam. Wondering, and I know that this is kind of joint between 24th Precinct and PSA 6. Just wondering what might be happening to step up enforcement and to try to make that area safer. And at the same time, I know last year and 2 years ago when there were more incidents, the police department shifted resources away from traffic enforcement to enforcement of other violent crimes. And obviously the crimes such as the fatal shooting is paramount and a real issue, but wondering how to make sure that traffic enforcement doesn't suffer because of the increase in other things. And just one real minor thing, we've heard that for traffic enforcement, we know that double parked vehicles are a real issue. right around the corner from the precinct, in front of the Whole Foods on Columbus at 100th Street, there's always a string of cars that just have the placard saying Amazon Whole Foods employee, and they end up parking in front of Whole Foods all day and seem to never get ticketed. Because of that, there are always double parked cars right in front of them. So it's somewhat of a minor issue, but to the extent that double parked cars do cause traffic incidents, and as far as I know, Amazon placards are not valid for free parking. I wonder if that's something that might be addressed.
Okay, so first part I think is the Douglas question. I think for the past 2 years, and people have heard me talk about our concentrated efforts in Douglas with PSA 6. We deploy a lot of our resources there. I think the people that walk around the neighborhood see that, especially in the evening hours, we have a kind of a permanent presence over on Manhattan Avenue. We kind of shifted that over to Columbus this past weekend after the shooting. You'll see PSA 6, they've had kind of a permanent presence within Douglas as well. You know, PSA 6 covers us all the way up to 155th Street. So they cover a huge geographical area, but even with that, they have a significant presence here in Douglas. And I think we had a shots fired incident back on April 5th. And since then, they've had kind of round the clock coverage. And when I say round the clock, like a fixed post inside of Douglas. So our efforts are pretty much focused there. Our public safety team, our NCOs, a lot of our deployment is focused in on Douglas. We had Keith Harris on last month, and that was all about trying to address some of those issues and trying to address it in a non-law enforcement capacity, in the sense that we're trying to give some of these kids that live in Douglas programs. I should stress, and I want to stress this, that it is a small group of individuals within Douglas that are creating all this havoc, so I think that's really, really important to stress. But all it takes is a small group to really create the kind of havoc that, or the shooting and the violence that we've seen in the last 2 years or so. Thankfully, this year it's been a little bit better, but of course, Sunday's shooting was just a reminder of some of the things that we're dealing with. To switch over to your question about traffic, I hope if you look at our traffic stat page, we have been listening to you. What you bring up about traffic safety is something that comes up at our community board meetings as well. And you and others have kind of brought up to the fact that our traffic enforcement numbers are down. And we have tried to respond to that, or be responsive to those concerns. And again, in this meeting and in other meetings, we do get a lot of concerns about motor drivers, people that are driving the cars, how unsafely they're driving, disregarding traffic rules, bicyclists. So if you look at our numbers, I think you'll see a little bit of an uptick in the last 28 days in our enforcement. And that has been because we have focused in on that. We've been talking to our cops about the importance of enforcing traffic. It looks like we had a 4-person traffic team due to transfers and whatnot. That team was whittled down to 2 over the past year. Looks like we have a potential candidate who may be joining that team. Unfortunately, he's a very new officer, so we don't want to put him out there exactly just yet. He's kind of on training wheels, so to speak. Doing car stops and being able to talk to people in a respectful, professional way. It is a skill set, so to speak. And so we want to do it. We want to make sure that we train this kid. He's not a kid. Train this rookie, I should say, properly. So I hope you do see in the numbers that we are listening to your concerns, and something that you've brought up time and time again. So that's our we are listening, is what I'm trying to tell you, and then you can keep us posted as to whether or not we're doing what we're supposed to be doing in that regard. In regards to the Columbus Avenue, that's another area that we've kind of focused on. In addition to the double parked cars, we have a significant retail theft issue there. So we put a lot of resources there, but my direction to the officers that are deployed there is not just to guard the stores, but let's be active. Let's make sure that everybody sees us out there. And part of that is making sure that we move those double parked cars. The Amazon cars, I'll make sure my cops are aware of it. I'll go take a look myself to exactly what you're talking about and how much of a condition it is. And if it's a problem, we'll definitely address it. But we appreciate all the feedback. It definitely helps us service everybody better. So thank you.
Thank you for that very detailed response. And I would just emphasize, particularly the corridors for you would be 86 to 96 Amsterdam, Columbus, between double parked cars, between narrowing the lanes. Then you have cars getting frustrated and driving fast. I think we have brought that up on our transportation committee specifically, and I think we'll continue to, but with any special attention to those areas, which are very high traffic areas and very important areas. I'm going to go on. I want to just point out that we are going to have a hard stop at 7:05. We've got 4 people who want to raise their hands, so we're going to do our best. But if you don't get a chance to speak, then we are going to ask that you speak at a public safety session. I'm also going to kind of try and do the best we can to get people in. Peter, community member, do you have a question? And if we can ask our questions briefly, we can get everyone in. Thank you.
Yes, I'll try to go quick. I just wanted to say that the police presence at NYCHA over the past 6 months has been appreciated by the people that I've talked to. And it's very visible, and it makes a big difference in how people feel safe going in and out. And I will say that anything that we can do to support the traffic initiatives, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I'm going to have Madeline speak next.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to mess up your name, Captain from the 24th Precinct.
Deputy Inspector Yaguchi.
Okay, what you said. I had a program that I was trying to do. I was working with Mark Dillard as far as involving the youth in Douglas houses and probably community at large. I wanted to develop a program as far as chess. And it can involve officers where there's a camaraderie. I mean, I know you have other programs within the police department, but at this point, the youth today are not trusting police. I think we got to do something starting fun and give them a little confidence, a little encouragement to engage with police officers, engage with the community. If you could, I used to know the community officer in 24th Precinct, and we could sit down and talk about something, maybe we could work together. I'm also working with my church right there on the corner, St. Michael's. We're trying to do something as well. So maybe we could get together and get the community going with something positive.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we would definitely love to get involved in. We have our youth coordination officers, but it doesn't have to be them. It could be any of the cops. The more that we can get to know these kids on a personal level, I think is a cool thing. So
exactly.
Former summer camp counselor, I would love to. I
talked to a few officers from PSA 6, and they agree with it. I told them what I wanted to do, and they were on board. So.
Madeline, I'd be happy to have Max kind of make sure we connect everyone and set this up. And as you remember, my son was a big chess player and had a lot of affinity. We did that in an YEL when I was co-chair. So it'd be delightful to bring that to
great
life.
Great.
And I'd be happy to help in any way I can.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Quick question from a community member. Joy Heck is asking Deputy Inspector Yaguchi just to speak to could you just speak about the general rules of enforcement regarding bike lanes and sidewalks or any other going-ons or going thing wrong or so, if I'm saying it? Can you maybe give a minutes on?
Sure. So the bike lanes, I think it depends on what class you're in. So there's a neat little graphic that we put up on our Twitter page a couple of months ago. We can retweet that. And basically, depending on the class that you're in, how fast it goes, or the maximum speed you're allowed to or not allowed to be in the bike lanes. Bike on a sidewalk is not allowed under New York City, under the New York City Administrative Code. That is a summons that we can issue. And then finally, bicycles are supposed to follow all the rules that cars are supposed to. So if you see a bicyclist on a cell phone, we can write them a summons just like we would to a motorist.
Thank you. I'm going to keep moving quickly because I think we got a couple of hands that I'm hoping to get to them. Louisa, you've been very patient. If you'd like to have a question.
Okay, this is for Inspector Yaguchi. I was talking to my super this morning. He's a big guy and he's very concerned about the crime in the city, said he was concerned about the neighborhood walking around, and he asked me, why isn't there a police presence on the streets? And I said, I didn't know, and I would ask you.
Sure. We have tried to put out foot posts as much as we can. I know when we do put them out, the residents certainly appreciate it. The cops are they come back to me with pretty good feedback. A lot of people approach them that they appreciate their presence. So it's something that we definitely try to do. But we also try to look at where the crimes are, and that's where we try to put our cops. Right now, if you look at our CompStat page, we're seeing a significant increase in the number of retail thefts. Unfortunately, that means kind of redirecting our resources there. But that's a place that a lot of people go to as well. So it's kind of like we're dealing with the theft issue, but people see a lot of presence in and around the places that they go shopping. But if there's certain areas that you feel that, that your super is talking about, you can certainly let us know. Like I said before, we certainly appreciate the feedback, and there are times that we do modify our deployment, or we try to tell our cops to go here a little bit longer or spend a little bit more time there based on the feedback from all of you. I'm looking at the crime numbers. Like I said, we took 98 index crimes for the past 28-day period. I'm looking at where the increases are, see if there's any patterns, clusters, times, whatever. And this is where we're putting our cops. But those are quantitative measures, so to speak. But certainly there are things that don't come up in the numbers. And to that extent, if you can tell us about certain conditions that you see that are going on out there, that would definitely help with the police presence. Please let us know. So if you have a specific area or a general area that you would like to see more cops, you can respond right now or let me know in another way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks so much. Two things, a compliment and a suggestion. The compliment, I'm seeing a lot more presence of the NYPD on the subways, and I really appreciate that, and the buses. Delighted about that. Thank you so much. In terms of fare evasion, it's a big help. The suggestion is on Sunday, I saw 3 rebels in Central Park on the roadways and 3 or 4 actual full-size motorcycles. So I'm suggesting that we get more eyes on that. Be a big help. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I think we're going to maybe have some time to finish up. So let's have Shelley.
Okay, last night there was thunderous noise across the street. When I looked out the window, there were about 25 to 30 ATVs on the sidewalk on West End Avenue, going from 104th Street down, and it just kept on going. I called 311. It took a while, but I gave them a report. The report came immediately back, and it wasn't what I had said. It said it was an engine idling. So I called 311 again. I won't go through the whole story. They said I should have called the police, okay, Crime Stoppers. I called Crime Stoppers. Eventually, they said, call the precinct. By that time, it was 15 minutes later. What should I have done?
So you're saying ATVs on the sidewalk?
On the sidewalk, and more than 24 of them.
So it could come through 2 ways. It could come through a 311 response. I'm not sure why you had that kind of difficulty, but that would usually get rerouted to us. Anything to do with that type of complaint, you can certainly call 911 as well. But usually that we get it both ways, both 311s and 911s. My apologies again that you had to go through 3 to 4 layers to finally get your call through, but that's definitely that can be reported either 311 or 911.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, Doug.
Yeah, not to steal Shelley's thunder, but I'm going to tag team with him, and I'm going to say that I actually saw over 100 vehicles twice. One incident, they were going southbound on a northbound Broadway lane on the sidewalk, and everything that we already know. So I know this is a broken record, and I know that this is a citywide problem. I know the mayor has addressed it. It's been in the press. but we all suspected that with the warm weather, these were going to come back. They are back with a fury. And again, twice in 2 days, 100 vehicles. Is there any update as to what the city is going to do? Because there are going to be fatalities, there are going to be injuries, and they just seem to be getting more brazen. Forgive me for repeating the same topic, but the only reason why I'm doing it is because it's happening still.
Yeah, very very frustrating for us as well when we see them. Our approach is to try to make some kind of documentation of the individuals that are on the bikes when they're riding by, and to the extent that we can try to identify some of the individuals, which we had a number of instances last summer where we saw, not in the group that you're talking about, but certain neighborhood individuals that were riding their dirt bikes on the sidewalk, riding recklessly, and our officers were able to recognize them. So not at that moment, but a later point in time when they could safely apprehend them, they would do so. I know there's also a focus on trying to identify some storage areas. So this precinct is really not known for areas or storage facilities that house these, but to the extent that any community member knows of any locations that where the dirt bikes are housed, stored, you can certainly let us know, and that would be extremely helpful to us as well. I know it's kind of a very limited effect, but I know it's a problem. Again, we're trying to do it in a safe way. It's a tough one.
Thank you. Would it be helpful if members of the public videotape this and send this to you? Because I noticed that of the 100 in my non-scientific observation, many of them were wearing face masks to cover up their identities. A lot of them were not.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that we can gather any kind of video, a lot of times when we do get the video, it is blurry. People are taking advantage still. Both these folks and other criminals are still taking advantage of the masks to cover themselves up. So if it's a clear face, certainly it would be extremely helpful, yes.
Thank you, Doug. So I want to thank our two speakers that came today, Battalion Commander McCrory. Thank you so much for reporting on the incident. Let's take your lack of questions as a great job reporting. So don't take that as a passion, but I do think it's very important. And then Deputy Inspector Yaguchi, thank you again for your both reports, but your ability and candidness and openness to answer all the questions. So thank you very much. And as I say every month, this session has become very, very important to the community, and your attendance coming, I think, although brief, signals just a wonderful, wonderful direction that we're all in this together. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, with that, we're going to move over to the business section. I did want to start the business section, as I mentioned before, with some thoughts and some conversations that occurred in the steering committee. We had, or I should say I had, some impromptu direction in terms of our meetings last month. And I would first of all want to thank the tremendous amount of feedback afterwards. Several people from the community who were on the call, as well as board members, were very supportive of the ideas that I was trying to articulate again. And I would also say that we ended up spilling that over to the steering committee, in which there was a very specific conversation about how we wanted our meetings to be, what they should look like, how they should look. And again, I thought that was a really good question. The things that I would like to go into this business session is a review of those. And I think what I took away is, when it comes to the communication that we want a handful of things. And one is, we want a good, healthy conversation. At the same time, we also want to make sure, so that's number one. Number two, we're looking for equity. And when we say equity, we've got 50 members. So we really want to encourage our 50 members, and we want the ability always to have everyone feeling comfortable to speak and feeling they have the time to speak. So we're looking for diversity from that perspective. We're always looking for the community. I think we are the community board. And I think we are constantly trying to get the community to speak as often as possible as we can. And the last part is that we're looking for people to be respectful. And some of the topics that we have can be terse. People can be passionate about what they say. but we're looking for people to be respectful. I did want to, so that's the goal. A couple of things. We're here to talk about bylaws today. I don't know if everyone knows about the bylaws. When you're a board member, technically your bylaws say that we should be speaking for no more than 2 minutes, no more than 2 times. The chair gets a lot of flexibility in terms of how they manage that. So there is no, it's not guaranteed, I'm going to do my best to make sure I time that, but also make sure that everyone has a chance. And it does say that you need to be respectful in the bylaws, and we'll talk about that later when Susan makes her provisions. A couple of things it doesn't say. It doesn't say that if somebody says something about you, you get equal time. That's a TV show someplace else. That is not our board meetings. I do ask that people speak to the chairs when they speak, and they should be speaking about their thoughts, but there is no such thing as point counterpoint. It does not guarantee that everybody speaks about every topic. It means that we're supposed to be efficient. So if you've spoken about the first 7 topics and we're running out of time, maybe you won't get an opportunity. We always do our best, but it does not guarantee any of that. So we're going to continue to try and have what I think is a very positive meeting. And I think we all have to be respectful. And I admit that some of these things we get passionate about, and even myself does. But at the same time, I think we have to be, kind to others and respectful. The last thing I'll say is we did talk about how resolutions should be presented. The hopes is from a timing perspective is we would have a chair present. That chair would get a little bit more time, right, in the 5-minute range to speak. They could if it's a brief one, they could read it. If it's short, it's a summary, but they will present it. We'll then have Q&A during that session. We ask that people speak and focus more about what they think than to others. If they have a brief question for the chair, they can ask it. Otherwise, I'll generally give the chair, particularly if it's a controversial, another kind of 4 or 5 minutes at the end to act. So we're not going back and forth. It's sort of an intro, conversations, and then a summary. I think that's the manner that we'll continue to do so. That's what I've tried to do and we'll do today. So with that, and with no pressure, we're going to start with HHS, and I believe Shelley will do it. But I think we have a very uncontroversial, a very well-supported one about food insecurity and access.
Okay, thank you so much. So we had a wonderful meeting with Dr. Sarah Abiola, who's the Executive Director of the Teachers College Food Policy Center and representing all the college food policy centers, and Chef Greg Silverman, the CEO and Executive Director of Westside Campaign Against Hunger. We learned a lot, and we came up with a resolution which included a lot of the facts that we learned. I'm just going to refer to the resolve part and mainly do a summary, okay, that we're urging Mayor Eric Adams and the City Council to promote legislation with appropriate funding to implement the following policy recommendations by the end of 2022. I'll just give you the overview. To improve the nutritional quality of food assistance programs, to allocate additional funding for institutional kitchen infrastructure, upgrades and professional development of kitchen staff, provide nutritious meals via ongoing food assistance programs, to work with the state and federal agencies to reduce complexities and streamline food assistance policies going forward. And New York City should work with the state and federal agencies to expand SNAP benefits to enable more individuals to purchase nutritionally adequate foods, particularly in times of need. Now, the other part, a little more detail, we're requesting that between 2022 and 2025, the mayor and the city council also draft new preparedness plans for future large-scale states of emergency, like COVID-19, which continues to be a novel threat to public health. To achieve this, we want funding should be allocated for the Mayor's Office of Food Policy to appoint a team to conduct a thorough trans-agency assessment of programs deployed during COVID-19. The Mayor's Office of Food Policy should consult with food pantries, the Office of Food and Nutrition Services at the New York City Department of Education, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, the Task Force on Racial Inclusion, and Equity and the staff of the New York City Civic Engagement Commission, as well as agencies and community-based organizations, to gather community input on what is needed to ensure culturally inclusive food programs and policies in New York City. Along those lines, we want to establish procedures for regular review and updates of those plans so that we're not left in the difficulty in case of an emergency or crisis. And furthermore, that the city's food policies and programs should be continuing striving to embrace and respect the diversity of our population. To achieve this, an important consideration is dietary restrictions related to cultural or religious beliefs and may hinder people's ability to make use of food programs and by having inclusive options that are not available. Specifically, especially New York City should support efforts of the New York City Department of Education to continue to expand the diversity of food options available in schools, to be more inclusive of the variety of cultures in New York City. And those are the things we want to include in our district needs statement, and we have specifics that are not here on the recommendations from West Side Campaign Against Hunger for funding.
Thank you, Shelley.
Was passed unanimously by both the committee and by the public, the committee members, non-board public committee members.
Thank you, Shelley. And so we've got a couple hands raised, and I think I'll have Roberta first. So I think we'll confirm that food security is one of our top budget items, but I'll allow Roberta to speak to that.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. So our top three district needs are housing, food insecurity, and equity in education and programs for youth. I think this is a very good resolution, and we will be glad to work with you on putting the district needs statement. Had specific ways that we can write it, but calling not all that's in the resolution. But it has been our top priority. It has been especially bad during the COVID-19, that a quarter of the residents of the Upper West Side are food insecure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberta. So I just want to announce that anybody who wants to speak to this resolution, you can raise your digital hand from a community perspective. You can put a question in the Q&A. Christian, I do think we got it up. Please be proactive if somebody has signed up. I think it's probably, we're not going to get a ton of signups, but we encourage and invite the community to speak on each individual resolution. With that, I will give it to my captain, Jay Adolph.
Just quickly, Shelley, obviously I completely support the resolution and prioritizing this subject in the district needs statement. Just had a request, if it's not too much of an imposition, and if you don't already have it, can your committee put together just a list of the organizations within our district that are engaged in the efforts to provide food and so forth? I'm familiar with, the West Side Campaign Against Hunger, but I'm not sure I could name others of that ilk. And if you could do that and distribute it to the board, I hopefully among others, and I know I would look to see where the support is most needed.
That's a great suggestion, and we will follow through.
Thanks.
I think we've been working on that with Gail's office, so we can be in touch on that.
That's great. Wherever it comes from, it would be very helpful.
Thank you. Rich Robbins.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I raised in committee and want to raise again now, just to bring mention to the idea, is every public school parent in the city got an EBT card, which is food support regardless of need. And for those people who are fortunate enough to not be food insecure and might be able to use that money, these cards are not transferable. So the public school parents have to use the money themselves. But the savings that you have on groceries, I can think of no better way than to donate it to organizations like West Side Campaign that are working to help food insecure people. So to the extent that there might be public school parents out there who got these cards and are fortunate enough to not need them, West Side Campaign Against Hunger or other hunger organizations are great organizations to give that money to.
Great.
Thank you, Rich. Ira?
Yeah, just a second, Rich. A lot of families did do something like that during the heart of the pandemic, where the schools were feeding families. We did run food drives out of the schools where we fed families that came to the schools for their meals with food that we purchased with the cards, as well as asking for donations for people from Amazon. And we ran that for about a year out of MS-54. So I just want to give a hand to that, and a shout out to Allison Gardy, who worked with Ann Pavich at MS-54 to do that.
Thank you, Ira.
Very
Okay,
nice.
do we want to call the vote?
Sure.
Great, so let's call the vote. Who am I counting, and who am I counting with today?
I'm going to help you, Stephen.
Great.
Seema.
Okay, so everyone who is voting to support this resolution, please raise your digital hand. As we always have a couple giggles in the beginning, we're going to sort of encourage everyone to do it and then stop so we can count it and step, as we like to say, step away from the computer. So let's get everyone to vote. If you're voting, again, I'm encouraging you to remember to vote now for this. We're going to stop in a few seconds. We're going to reach our top digital hands. Okay, so Seema.
I've got 32.
Great. And then to add non-digital, I'm adding mine. I think Blanche is on, correct? Blanche sometimes voices hers. Blanche, are you on? You do not need to raise your physical hand if you raised your digital hand. Madge, I see your physical hand up. Were you able to raise your digital hand? Okay, so then
Stephen,
Madge,
this is Natasha.
great, and you'll be voicing
Stephen.
your vote as well. I hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling in and I'm voting in support of this resolution.
Great, so that's 3 physical hands, myself, Natasha, and Madge.
It's Max, Steve. I'm just going to jump in. Blanche may be giving me a call to vote that way. We've been having some issues with Blanche's connectivity, so I will let you know as soon as I hear from her.
Okay, we're talking about bylaws. I don't know if someone can call you or not. It's an overwhelming vote, so it's a gratuitous vote in the sense
Okay.
of it's more for posterity, but we can do that. But I don't even know if somebody can call it in actually the way that we're supposed to be with open meetings and laws, but we'll figure that out.
Okay, no problem.
What do you have with those 3 and 32? What do you have, Seema?
35.
Great. So Christian, if you can lower everyone's digital hand. Anybody voting against? Great, I'm going to move quickly. Anybody abstaining?
One person.
Great. I'm going to pause. We'll remove that. Anybody for cause? Great.
Stephen, this is Doug. I believe that there was someone in the original 32 count that was a non-member that was voting in the affirmative. I think we're off by 1.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do this very quickly again. And what I'm going to say is, if you are a panelist because you are an elected official or you may be speaking, you should not be voting in this. This is only for board members that are going to be voting for this. So we're going to do it very quickly. So let's, again, I'm not going to police that. I'm just going to ask that if you're not a board member that you do not vote. And if you thought you did, I'm sure it was an honest mistake. Anybody who wants to vote, please raise your digital hands. We'll do it again very quickly. Seema?
Sorry, votes are still coming in?
Yep, votes are still coming in. So can everyone, again, who's voting for this and can raise their digital hand, do so? Now, Madge, I see your digital hand up. So in this case, we're not going to. I want to know that we're down a vote. So again, I'm going to ask, I don't know if anybody left their computer. Anybody who's voting positive, please vote now digitally, because we do have less. Great. What do you see digitally? What do you see digitally?
31.
That's 31. I'm raising my physical hand. Madge got to her digital, so she's not. and Natasha voiced her thing. So that's 2 non-digital hands. So we're agreeing on 33.
Yes.
Great. Christian, if you can lower those. Anyone against? There was nobody. Anyone for abstaining? I believe there was 1 if you want to revote. Great. Let's take that down. Anybody for cause? I don't believe there was. So you want to read that into the record?
Resolution passes 33 to 0 to 1 to 0.
Great. Thank you very much, Shelley, and great work by the committee. You continue to put out really quality work.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to preservation. I did want to say one thing. I want to make a caveat. Unfortunately, I've got a bit of a tweak of a back, so I've got to stand up from time to time. I generally stay on the video. I may turn my video off from time to time. Know that I'm standing here, but apologies. I'm not supposed to sit down for 4 hours, and I don't want you to. So that's what I'm going to be doing. But I will be here, and I just wanted to let you guys know that. We're going to move on to preservations. I think we have 2 things we're going to vote on. We're going to have Kay and Michelle speak. Thank you.
Yeah, Michelle's out of town, so you get me. We have 2, and the first one concerns row house on 71st Street, 229 West 71st. I think Mark has some visuals for us, so you can see. This row house is almost 140 years old. However, it bears no resemblance to its original look. And so here on the left side of your screen, you can see the present configuration, and then the proposal is to, oh yeah, there we go, that's helpful. How it looked once upon a time, and that's how it looks now. At the time that the historic district was put through LPC, they listed this building as having no style, which is kind of sad. The owners want to change that and give it some style and give it some more space. And so here you have, let's see, what are we looking at here? That looks like the front facade presently, and then the proposal is on the right there. So that is one aspect. The one thing that our committee is recommending about this front facade is that the first 2 floors be clad in actual limestone rather than some sort of substitute. Okay, so that's it for the front, except note that there is an additional floor and then a setback, an additional 5th floor setback, and then again a rooftop addition. So that's that one. And I think that's the highlight. They also are doing a rear yard extension. That's the current look of it. All right, and there again, it's going, yeah, there's the proposal. The recommendation with this, we usually like a lot of divided light in these windows. The committee asked them, though, to take a look at the fenestration and see if maybe this is too much of a good thing as far as all of the panels of the windows. So this is only a recommendation. So our committee voted to support this as appropriate to the character of the historic district, and so the vote was unanimous with 2 abstentions, and so we recommend that you support it as well. Any questions or comments?
I don't think it was unanimous.
This one, I have a 6-0-2-0 vote, and then a non-committee 1 in favor, 0-0-0 is what I've got in the minutes.
I don't remember that.
With 2 abstentions. Yeah.
That's not unanimous.
Let's see some raised hands.
Anyway, that's the vote. 6-0-2-0.
Thank you.
I wasn't there, so I couldn't verify.
We've got a couple of hands raised. I will start out with Benjamin.
Hey.
Oh, hi. I thought we were voting in the affirmative. I was voting in the affirmative, but I thought it looks like an improvement, would be my view.
I love your brevity, so we'll have everyone bring it down. I think we're going to have you tutor people, but we'll move on. Rich Robbins, you're up.
Yeah, quick question about the back. Usually I oppose all rooftop additions because I think they're really inappropriate. In this case, it's wedged between two much bigger buildings, so I don't see any harm. So I might break my rule there. I'm just curious about the backyard addition, how far back the two adjoining buildings go. So is it just filling in the gap in those areas as well? Or is it going to protrude back behind those other two buildings?
Right. If somebody else from the committee has that info, just, yeah, go ahead.
One thing that came up at committee and we paid careful attention to was whether the extension would block lot line windows on either adjoining building. And the answer we were assured, both through diagrams and from live testimony, is that they would not. There was a little bit of a parallax problem because the angle at which some photographs were taken make it look like it would. But by examining the actual floor plans, we were reassured that it would not, and it does not extend. The rear yard addition on this building does not extend all the way to the rear yard extensions of the two large apartment buildings that flank it. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, no, it does look like it might block windows. The rooftop addition might block windows on the building to the west of it.
But it doesn't.
Or the east of it, I'm sorry. The rooftop?
The whole thing.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question is Louisa. Got to unmute yourself.
Sorry. I just want to clarify something, which is that lot line windows are not sacrosanct. They are somewhat illegal and they are blocked all the time. There has to be a 30-foot rear yard in a residential building. So it doesn't matter if it matches the buildings next to it, it itself must have a 30-foot rear yard. Just a clarification.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. Do we? Oh, I'm sorry, Jay, your hand is.
That's okay. Okay.
Great. So let's, do we want to call the vote?
Call the question.
Great. So let's, for all of those who are supporting this resolution, please raise your digital hand. I will pause for myself and Natasha afterwards. Okay, again, we're voting. We want you to raise your digital hand if you're supporting. Remember, this is only board members. We're vacillating a little 30-31. Not sure if there's last bit of members who want to vote. Great, we're going to stop now. Seema, do you see that? I see 32.
Yes, 32.
I'm supporting. Natasha, do you want to verbalize your vote? Natasha, you're going to have to unmute yourself if you're calling in.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
I'm voting in support.
Great. So that's 34 in support, correct, Seema?
Yes, that's right.
Great. Christian, if we can lower the digital hands. Everyone voting against this, please raise your digital hands now. I don't believe we need any verbal hands.
I see one. Oh, sorry, two.
So 2. Let's lower those, Christian. Anybody for cause? I'm sorry, anybody abstaining? Anybody for cause? Great. Seema, do you want to read the final tally?
Resolution passes 34 to 2 to 0 to 0.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the second item of preservation.
Thank you. The second one concerns 330 West 72nd Street. It's a window replacement on one apartment. And it is apartment 7B. And the proposal is to replace a double hung windows with double hung windows. I think one of the issues that may come up when we go to landmarks is that, as you can see, there's quite a variety of windows on this building, and there is no window plan for the building. I guess as far as replacing what's there with something that looks like what's there, that that got the committee to narrowly approve this as appropriate. I don't know if any of the committee members have anything they'd like to add to that. in the great scheme of things, it's a relatively minor issue, but if there's anything else that has, yeah, Clary, this is your building, right? Or is it?
Yes, this is my building, so I'm very familiar with it and very familiar with the existing windows and the history of them. But the reason I'm speaking is to say that I will not vote tonight. I do not have a conflict of interest as defined in our current bylaws or in our proposed bylaws, but but I will choose to not vote as if I had a conflict of interest, because had I voted, had I abstained at the committee, it would have been 4-4, and that would have changed the result. So the safest thing is that I can certainly speak about this. I can answer questions. I hope there will not be any to me, but in any event, I needed to announce that I will treat my vote or lack thereof as having a conflict, although I don't.
Appreciate your sensitivity about that.
Sorry. Was there any more photos that you wanted to show, or are we moving towards more questions now?
I think there's not much more to show you about this one there. Oh, there's a beautiful tax photo of it.
Great. Okay, let's take down the pictures. I see Seema, your hand is up.
Stephen, there's also one community member that signed up to speak on this issue.
Great, we'll have Seema speak, and then we'll have the community member.
So based on that picture that you showed, the current day picture with the absolute variety of different window types, I'm wondering if there's a standard practice in Landmark's terms of how you think about window replacements in that context.
Well, that's a good question. I think, and others could chime in, but Landmarks will generally encourage a building to adopt a window plan so that as not that everything has to be replaced all at once, of course, but as windows are replaced, they could eventually have more of a uniform look to them, to the building.
And does this building have a plan?
No, it has no, it does not have a window.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can just quickly chime in, what Landmarks will do with buildings that have a mishmash of windows, generally, if they don't have a master plan, and if it's feasible, they will have windows be replaced that are historically accurate, unless a substantial number of the windows have been replaced and are not historical. And sometimes in those cases, then they'll just approve a replacement for what's there, and that's what's on the table here, is just replacing what already exists.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. So we have a handful of hands now raised. Maybe I'll call them for you. Okay, let's start.
All right.
Ethel? Ethel, you're up.
You're muted.
Okay. I just wondered, do you know how frequent this is? I mean, if this is one building and that's what we're hearing now, or are there many more? I could see that this could increase and not have a building plan. It's sort of unclear because so much of what the committee does and over the years is that you try your best to be as good as you can be with consistency and respect and a building plan. I had no idea, but the minute I saw the photo, I actually was taken aback at the utter mishmash of it. So I wonder that it's being permitted. If it is, that's a different story, but I wonder if it's going to be more of a rule than not now, as far as you all know.
Yeah, well, it comes up a lot, Ethel, and I like I said earlier, Landmarks generally will ask, in a situation like this, or perhaps a more extensive replacement, we'll ask a building to come up and draft a plan that could be approved, and then, as I say, future replacements could follow some sort of an orderly pattern. I don't know if Landmarks is going to insist on that. They may not in this instance, but
thank you. We've got some more hands up now. Thank you very much. Let's go with some people who haven't spoken yet. Ken, you haven't spoken yet. Your turn.
I'm just wondering, is the reason for the close vote that it didn't follow any kind of pattern? I'd be interested in hearing from one of the three people who voted against it.
Yeah, anybody want to offer a thought about that from the committee?
And I don't know if we have an answer for you, unfortunately, but maybe if we seek one before the end of this, we'll endeavor. Maybe one of the speakers will speak. Okay. Okay, Audrey. Audrey, I see your hand up. No, okay. You're an early voter, like my good friend Benjamin. I appreciate the early voting here in New York City. There are some hands up. Mark, let's have you speak.
Thanks. I was one of the ones who supported this resolution, so I can't speak with information on why folks, to Ken's question. What I will say is that when you're talking about window replacements, and to Seema's question, one of the questions we should be asking ourselves is, why is this before us? I don't want to get all, Passover Seder on us and why this is different than all other applications, but one of the reasons is that there is, and one of the reasons why the resolution reads as it is, I think, and now I'm editorializing, is that nobody could come up with a satisfactory answer of what the historical precedent was. There was an approval for another apartment, and again, this is a one-off, this is not a building-wide master plan, but there was a one-off application that was approved for 3/1 instead of the 1/1, which this applicant wanted. And I see that the applicant is here, so maybe I should shut up and eventually let her talk. But because this is a mishmash, as opposed to a building where you would be introducing a new window fabric to a building that has a consistency and you'd be destroying it by reverting to the original, ordinarily this might be an opportunity to revert to the original condition as the architect intended it. But because of all of the ambiguity around the application, around the parallel application that had been approved for the 3/1, we, as at least the majority of the committee, thought that the only sane thing to do was to recommend approval of the application as made, and that's how I voted.
Thanks, Mark.
Did my own muting. Christian, I know you said there was a community member. Maybe it's the applicant. Who is the community member?
Barbara Hoffman.
Yes, I am. Can I speak?
Yeah. Can I just? Are you the applicant as well?
I am the applicant.
Great. Well, let's have the applicant have an opportunity to speak. Go ahead, Barbara.
Yes, thank you so much. I've lived in this building for 50 years. I've had these 1/1 windows for 50 years. I'm being forced to replace them because they are practically 100 years old. And we have to comply with the local law 11. There is no clarity on the historic window. I have researched every single building created in our neighborhood, the Upper West Side Historic Extension District. All of the buildings of the architect Blum and Blum, who were amazing architects, are still extant. The historic reports for each of those buildings lists the historic windows as 6/1 or 6/6. It appears, and that was what was listed for our building also as a historic window. It appears that Landmarks rejected that view and came up with a 3/1. And that is why there is this application for 3/1 at this time, because people didn't want to delay it. I believe the standards are basically whether this is appropriate for the neighborhood, appropriate for our building, and appropriate for the adjacent buildings. all of the adjacent buildings have 1/1 windows. The adjacent building to ours was in fact designed by Blum and Blum several years earlier. It originally had 6/1 windows. I am appalled at the facade of our building, but that was due to a board that didn't pay attention, and it was due to the fact that in anticipation of the designation, a lot of units on the upper floors put in tilt and turn windows because they felt probably they wouldn't be able to have them after that. So basically, I'm just asking to be able to live in the apartment that I love. The Blums and Blums were amazing. They did not come up with 3/1 windows. It's clear. And I don't think they would find it violated the aesthetic integrity of our building to have 1/1 windows. Their specialty is frescoes and brick work. They're amazing. Their work is amazing. And to have 1/1 windows is totally consistent with the architect's intent. So I would appreciate a vote to say that it is appropriate because I believe it is. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Barbara.
Keep muting myself because of the streetscape and not realizing it. Barbara, why don't you keep available in case there's some more questions till after the vote?
Thank you so much.
Coming up today. There's one more hand and then hopefully we'll close our conversation, and that's Jay.
Just quickly following up what Ethel said, for this application and those in the future, neither the LPC nor buildings nor any other city agency has the power or ability to require a building to have a master plan. So we are from time to time confronted with the fact that while it would be clearly preferable to have it, there's no way to compel it. So this is what we're faced with.
Thank you, Jay. So I think, are we ready to vote on this, everyone? Someone to call the question/vote?
No question.
Great. So everyone who's supporting the resolution, please raise your digital hand now. Natasha, if you want to prepare now for your verbal vote in a few minutes, that would be timely. I'll call on you in a moment. Again, I'm going to pause. I don't think it's going to be necessary close, but we do.
Hi, this is Natasha.
Just 1 second.
Sorry,
Natasha.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Not a problem. So let's, everyone who's voting digitally to stop, who is voting. Okay. I see 29. Do you see 29, Seema?
Yes.
My hand's physically up. Natasha, do you want to give your vote?
Yeah, I'm voting to approve.
Thank you. That's 2. I will say that the number went up to 30 for some reason. I'm not sure what that is.
I have 31 now, actually.
Okay. So
Oh, sorry, 32.
What we're going to do is we're going to take those hands down and we're going to re-vote it. I just ask that everyone vote and step away. And then when I say take it down, sometimes when you're trying to take it down, it has the opposite reaction. So we just want to be accurate. So everyone can vote again. We know that we have 2 non-digital, and everyone voting digitally, please raise. When I say stop, everyone should stop. We'll count it, and then we'll say we'll do something. So again, everyone raising their hands. We're at 29. We're at 29 now. Anybody else wants to vote for this, please do so. This is going to be 1, 2, 3. I see 31. Do you see 31?
31.
So let's everyone now. Christian, don't do it. Christian will take down everyone's hands. We have 33-4, correct, Seema?
Yes.
Anybody against, please raise your digital hands. I'm going to pause a couple seconds. Great. Anybody abstaining? Great.
I see 3.
3. Great. Let's lower those, Christian. Anybody for cause? And we have 1. Great. You want to read the record?
Resolution passes 33-0 to 3-1.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kay. We appreciate it. I know it was difficult to do solo, but you did a great job.
Thank you. Can I just, Stephen, mention the meeting on Thursday?
Yeah.
Very briefly. We are having a special called meeting this month in addition to our regular meeting. So this coming Thursday, the 5th at 6:30 on Zoom, we are meeting to consider a hardship application from West Park Presbyterian Church. That's the church on 86th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. And so if you have any interest in that building, then you are cordially invited to join reservation for that meeting. this
And
Thursday.
just to add to that, technically it's a public hearing. So this is
Yes.
a public hearing we're having. It's a preservation topic. It's going to be a little bit different than a traditional one.
Right.
The applicant will have quite a bit of time to walk us through because it's detailed. We're going to give people lots of time, but this is an extremely important topic to our community. It has lots of different interests. We're going to have a thorough meeting to do so, and we encourage anybody who's passionate about preservation or their community to show. We will continue to hopefully get a large audience because we think this is important. And I know that Kay and Michelle are going to do a wonderful job running it. And Max and I will try and help you on the side.
It's
Stephen?
Thursday at 6:30, right?
Correct. And all the information is up on the CB7 website.
Great. And I assume I'll be talking to Max. We'll probably do if we haven't done an email blast, we'll do one as well to continue to promote it. Thank you, Kay. Great. So let's move on to BCI and whether it's Susan, whether it's Linda or Christian, we'll have you guys present. I think there are three items we are voting on.
And then we had some very lovely presentations that will probably come up in the public meeting.
Great.
But resolutions, here, Christian, you've got the floor.
Okay, so we have two resolutions. First one is a new liquor license. The second one is a new and temporary retail permit for the liquor license, and the third one is a class change. It's the same applicant, they're just changing the kind of license they have. These three licenses, there were no oppositions, they were well received, and we all voted to approve them. And unless there's an objection, I would like to take only one for all three of them.
You can take one, let's bundle it.
So I'm just going to pause because I know we've done this a couple times and then we've sort of had to discuss it. So we are looking to bundle the two licenses, which is 247 West 72nd Street and 2 West 69th Street. Does any board member oppose this?
And 489 Columbus Avenue.
Well, that's a
different thing. I think it's set up. I would bundle the first two and then do the last one because it's a little different. That's what I would do. So does anybody have a problem bundling those two? Okay, great. So then why don't you present the second one and then we'll bundle them.
Wait, present the second one. You're talking, 2 West 69th Street is an application for a liquor license. It's a new license. In an establishment that is reopening. It'll be identical to the old operation. And it's not much to be said about it, except
that's all you have to say. Just learn about it. I think
it's the Panquotidian. It's been in the park for a long time. They had a liquor license. We had a pandemic. They're back, and that's a wonderful thing.
Great. So let's see if there's any questions about either of those. And I see Elizabeth, your hand is up.
Sure, I just want to thank Linda for referencing it is the LPQ that's in Sheep Meadow. It's extremely crowded, especially during the weekends. I think it will be even more crowded with the liquor license, which it used to have, and I fully support this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, great. Do we want to call the question in the vote? Again, we're bundling those two, so when you go on your digital, you'll fill it out yes, yes, or no, no, but we're bundling those two. Everyone supporting the resolution for those two establishments, please raise your hand digitally. Natasha, if you want to just unmute yourself, we'll speak in a few 30 seconds or so. Want to make sure, I'm going to browse through here. We've got 35, which is a high number. Again, making sure only board members are voting. Great, but I think that looks right. Okay, so let's all stop because it went to 36. Everyone, please, if you're supporting, let's stop our digital votes. Seema, you see 36?
Sorry, Stephen, I stepped away for a moment. I'm voting for.
Okay, and do you have your digital hand up?
I just put it up just now.
Okay, so we're gonna reload, we're gonna stop. We saw it go up. So we now have 37 digital hands. You have my physical hand. And Natasha, do you want to verbalize your vote?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm voting in favor.
Great, so that's 39. Christian, can you help us lower this? Anybody against? I think I know how many people are here, so I'm going to move quickly. Anybody abstaining? Thank you. Anybody for cause? Thank you. So you want to read that, Seema?
Resolution passes 39 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you very much. And then Christian, do you want to just speak quickly about the class change on Columbus Avenue?
So this is a class change application. It's the same applicants. It's just only changing the kind of application they have.
Yeah, but they didn't show. Christian.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. This is the one.
The applicant
I'm sorry. The applicant didn't show, so we have to take a disapproving vote, or we call it disapproval with a prejudice, so they can come back and apply again.
So hopefully they will be back with us, because this restaurant's it's a prominent restaurant family, and this restaurant has been with us before. They were going for a full liquor license. They did not show to the meeting, so we couldn't vote for it, obviously. So we voted against it without prejudice. And so if you vote for it, you're voting against it without prejudice.
Yeah, so just to be clear, they didn't show, they voted against it. They'll have an opportunity to come, but technically, if you vote yes, we're supporting their no vote. So I'll be, again, if you're supporting the work of the committee, you're going to vote yes to support this resolution. So all of those to do so, please raise your, well, let me just double check. I didn't see any hands. Let's all raise our digital hands. Apologies. Natasha, I'll call on you in about 20 seconds or so, if you want to unmute yourself. Okay, we're about at that point where I think we are. So if everyone wants to stop, we're going to count it right now. Again, if you want to vote yes, you should do it now, or you're not going to have a yes vote. We're going to stop. So that's, I see 35, Seema, correct?
Yes.
I am voting to raise my hand. Natasha, you want to verbalize your vote?
Yeah, I'm voting in favor.
Great, so that's 37. Christian, do you want to lower the hands? Anyone against this? We're going to move on. Anybody abstaining? Great, and anybody for cause? Okay, you want to read that?
Resolution passes 37 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So what I'm going to do, and I dare to hope that this works, we open up our public session around 8:05. I was told that some elected officials will be joining us, and I don't want to start the next section, which I think will be vibrant, which is bylaws. So I'm hoping that the section after that will be brief, although you never know, but it seems fairly innocuous. So let's hope and pray. And what if we can jump forward to transportation, just so you know.
I thought you were forgetting us.
No. It goes bylaws, transportation in terms of the agenda that
I didn't realize. Well, we'll be fast.
We'll be very fast.
Now you just think nuts. I'm very superstitious, but let's see.
No. We have one extremely routine matter. It's a renewal application to the Taxi and Limousine Commission by Special Radio Dispatch. To my surprise, these organizations still exist. There are no complaints about them, and they just merely want a renewal of their license. Their location is 72 West 109th Street. There was no one who opposed it, and that's the only resolution we have.
And no changes to their operation.
And no changes to their operations. So that's all we have for this month.
Is that still familiar?
It's called Special Radio Dispatcher Corp. I don't know anything more about it other than there were no
That's their legal name. I don't know
that's
what
their legal name. I just don't know.
Frontage, but yeah.
Well, we do have a public member, and the last name is similar to what you just said. So I'm going to have Quemi Familia and allow them to speak regarding this topic.
They're wonderful. They've been around 100 years.
Quemi, you're available to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today.
thank you all the members of the community board. And as one of the members said, it's been there for more than 100 years. Yes, they have been in that place for the longest. Previously, they were in another place, but special it's been servicing the community, Manhattan, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens for the past 20 years. We asking for the approval of the renewal or no objection for the renewal of the TLC license, which is a requirement from the Tax Limousine Commission to take this to the community board for approval.
Thank you. Let me just look in Q&A. There might have been something up. I think it's unrelated. Sorry about that. Okay. Any other questions before we vote? Thank you very much, Quemi. Hope I'm
You're welcome.
Call the question.
See you.
Great. Okay, so let's call the question. Everyone supporting this should raise your digital hands. Let's do so. We're about at our max. So again, if you want to vote for this digitally, please do so. If you've done, please step away. We're going to pause for a minute. Natasha, we'll call on you in a moment. Okay, Seema, you want to confirm that? 36?
36.
Great. Let's hold that. Now it's up to 37. I don't know if we just want to take a moment. I'm going to look to make sure that there's any non-voters in the digital hands. Please, everyone stop. I don't see any non-voters, so there is a last minute voter. So let's go with the 37 number now. Okay.
Okay.
I'm raising my physical hand. Natasha, do you want to give your verbal vote?
Yeah, I approve.
Great. So that's 39 as we see it, correct?
Yes.
Great. Let's lower those digital hands, Christian, and let's go to anybody against. I'm going to move quickly again because I think I know the numbers. Anybody against? Anybody abstaining? Anybody for cause? Great. You want to read that into the record?
Resolution passes 39 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Great. Okay. I want to take a pause. We're ready to move on to the bylaws, which I want to address. There is the time where we have told elected officials could speak. We sometimes take a break. That's only elected officials. I was told that Congressman Nadler would be showing shortly as well. So I want to just make sure before we get into this. But with that, I see our esteemed state senator and a regular, Mr. Brad Hoylman. Thank you very much, and we'll have you report. So everyone, what we do, we're going to take a small break in the business session. We're going to allow our elected officials present to give their reports, and then we're going to jump back into our business, and then we'll do our community after that, and that is where that's where our representatives will then have a time to speak. But we do carve out a little time. When in a suit and tie and a very important flags in the back show up, we've got to make sure they speak, and that's our state senator Hoylman.
Thank you. Good to see everyone. Good to see you, Mr. Chair. Reporting from Albany, as you can see, the background. That's not my living room, and it's not a green screen. I'm here. We just had a rally outside of the Capitol with Governor Hochul and our newly appointed Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado. Of course, to make a statement to New Yorkers that we stand with women and reproductive health care after that horrific decision was inadvertently or purposely leaked by the Supreme Court last evening. I will say that New York has some of the strongest protections for reproductive health care in the country. I was proud to vote for the Reproductive Health Act when our new majority came into power, and that codified Roe v. Wade, but there are other bills that we're going to be working on too in light of what is expected to be the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And we're working with advocates in that regard, everything from creating an abortion access fund to cracking down on health centers that pose as abortion rights clinics when in fact they're not, to ensuring access for people who come to New York from out of state as a safe haven to finally enshrining in our state constitution the right to reproductive health care. We have it in statute, but not in our state constitution. So there's a lot more work to be done on that. I know a lot of my colleagues were at and around City Hall this evening too. So great support there. Speaking of the Lieutenant Governor, we passed a bill earlier this week that would remove Brian Benjamin from the ballot and allow Governor Hochul to appoint her own new governor with Lieutenant Governor, which apparently she did so today. And the other big drama up here, of course, is redistricting. And on April 27th, the New York State Court of Appeals ruled 4-3 and actually 5-2, depending on which combination of decisions you read, that the state legislature did not follow state constitution and drawing state legislative and congressional district maps. Now, as I'm sure you've probably read, a special master has been named by the court that first heard this case in Steuben County to redraw the maps. The state Senate primaries and congressional primaries have been postponed from June 28th to August 23rd, although the Democratic House of Representatives is appealing that decision, it seems. But as of this report, all of the other primaries so far, including the state assembly, will remain on June 28th, although there are new petitioners who have challenged the assembly maps as well. So stay tuned for further information on that, and whether you see me out on the streets petitioning on the Upper West Side or not, I guess depends on the special master. So we will, we all are eager to see who we might be representing, depending on the outcome of the election. Third, I wanted just to tell you about a bill that I unveiled on the Upper West Side at the Metro, well, actually at Lincoln Center last month, and we had a press conference outside of the Met Ball preparations over the weekend, and it would create new protections for workers in the fashion industry. It's an industry where most people are classified as independent contractors and don't have any assurances as to when they're getting paid, what kind of protections they have against sexual harassment in the workplace, accounting as to how much their work is valued or how much money that they should have made. This legislation called the Fashion Workers Act would change that, and I hope to get that through committee and on the floor of the Senate before our legislative session ends on June 2nd. Of course, I'm still working with Assemblymember Rosenthal on the Adult Survivors Act. You've heard both of us talk about that before. It passed the Senate last week unanimously, 62-0, and now is in the Assembly. And today I passed a bill on flood insurance disclosure, which would require the disclosure of information concerning flood risk and insurance in residential property transactions. This is important because of climate change and floodplains, which have changed dramatically over the last several decades. Purchasers need to know this information, and these are new requirements. And finally, I wanted to thank your task force on the open meetings law, particularly Elizabeth and her colleagues, for a meeting we had last week to kind of drill down on this new statute that we passed in the budget for hybrid virtual meetings. I know this is going to be the topic of additional conversation by the task force and by the full board, but as we know now, boards are able to continue remotely until June 8th. After that, you're going to have to hold your meetings in person, or you can switch to a hybrid model if you adopt a resolution to do so. And then finally, the final thing I'll mention is there have been a lot of attacks on transgender kids and their families in states like Louisiana and Texas and Alabama. I've introduced what we are calling Transgender Youth Refuge legislation to protect kids and their families who might move to New York as a result of these attacks in different states, and ensure that their families are kept together and prevent government agencies from cooperating with other states that are trying to block gender affirming care by parents, in conjunction with physicians and their kids. So that's a brief summary of what's going on in Albany, but there's a report, of course, that we sent to the board, and Tevin, my colleague, is on the Zoom as well. Thanks so much. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I want to just mention we're not going to be doing a Q&A. I'm sure that Tevin will make himself available for any conversations, and I know that you gave yourself available in the past. Sorry, someone is calling me in the background. It very rarely happens except when I'm about to speak. So sorry about that. But thank you as always for showing up. And,
nice to see everyone.
What's that? The movie says 95% of life is showing up, and you're doing it. So very much.
I'm glad I'm not in that 5%.
Well, you are the 95, so thank you very much. I'm going to move on. We have another elected official, Congressman Nadler. I see that you've joined us, and if you can give us a report, we would appreciate it. You have to unmute yourself, Congressman Nadler. Technology never works the way you like. We'll give you a few more minutes. I see you diligently looking through your computer. I don't know if you want to look down on your keypad. Sometimes there's a button that will say unmute. I don't know what type of computer you have. There might be there. And I know we're communicating. I don't know if someone could come in and help the congressman. I don't know if he's at home alone.
I think if a host invites him to unmute, it might flag his screen.
Okay, I'll do that. I have asked him to.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, finally.
We got there.
Yeah. Well, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to give you an update on what I've been working on in Washington and in the district. Obviously, some of the big news is that last night that we saw an initial draft opinion of the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. If this report proves true, the decision will represent an unconscionable rollback of fundamental rights to equality, autonomy, and reproductive health for all people living in the country. Abortion rights and access have been steadily under attack in this country. Despite large public support for access to abortion, state lawmakers in various states continue to introduce and enact legislation that restricts access to abortions. In many instances, these laws ban abortion before a woman even knows she's pregnant. Some states have passed legislation that imposes medically unnecessary restrictions on abortion clinics or singles out abortion providers for burdensome restrictions not applied to other healthcare providers. The right to have an abortion is fundamental to women's health, equality, autonomy, and personal liberty. Making decisions about when and how to start a family is central to women's lives. If women cannot make decisions about their reproductive health, they cannot make decisions about starting a career, about going to school, about opening a business, or planning their lives. Last year, the House voted to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which I originally introduced, and this would codify the protections in Roe v. Wade and block all ongoing and future attempts to eliminate a woman's right to safe and legal abortion care. This bill is anticipated. I mean, is intended to codify Roe v. Wade, so that even if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, we'd still have the protections. But the Senate hasn't passed it. The Senate can and must end the filibuster and pass this legislation to end the decades-long war on abortion and women's underlying freedom to control their own lives. I will keep fighting to ensure that every person, regardless of state of residence, income, race, or any other factor, retains their constitutional right to access abortion. In other Washington updates, I'm proud that Congress has already delivered $13.6 billion in humanitarian, military, and economic support for Ukraine, which is being delivered with extraordinary speed every day to those in need on the ground in Ukraine. Congress has also successfully passed into law critical legislation to punish and weaken Russia, including by holding it accountable for its war crimes, cutting off the engine of its war economy, and isolating it from the world economy. Congress and the administration, together with our allies and partners, are committed to standing with the people of Ukraine as they courageously defend themselves and their nation against Putin's horrible war. As chair of the Congressional Jewish Caucus, I will continue to hold Putin and his cronies accountable for the blatant anti-Semitism that is being used to justify this cruel and unnecessary invasion. Looking closer to home, I want to provide an update on the ongoing issues of helicopters on the West Side. Residents of the metropolitan region have been plagued for decades by frequent and disruptive helicopter noise. And despite persistent efforts to work on a collaborative basis with the Federal Aviation Administration and other stakeholders to reduce the impact of helicopter noise, little has changed. New York City has one of the highest rates of helicopter use in the world. Furthermore, the city is one of the most densely populated cities in the United States, exponentially increasing the potential dangers of a helicopter accident in New York. There's no justification for allowing tourists to joyride through our skies, endangering our people below and adding to the heavy burden of noise pollution residents already endure. Commuter helicopter flights impose risks to the community that far outweigh any benefits to the very small number of people that use them. I've introduced two pieces of legislation in this Congress to substantially reduce the number of non-essential helicopter flights over New York City. I plan to introduce two more bills over the next month to force the FAA to take action. I'm also pleased to have included the provision in the fiscal year 2023 government spending bill that will require the FAA to initiate regulations addressing helicopter noise and safety issues above New York City within a year, unless the agency can demonstrate that the 6 voluntary measures recommended in May have proven to be effective. The FAA must also move forward with these 6 voluntary measures immediately. And in sum, the only helicopters that should be allowed to fly over New York are medical, rescue, fire, and news reporting helicopters. And that one's guaranteed by the First Amendment. I'm optimistic these bills will improve the quality of life for millions of New Yorkers. And lastly, I want to touch on a painful subject, redistricting. As I'm sure many of you already know, the New York State Court of Appeals has rejected the redistricted Congressional State Senate maps and has appointed a special master to redraw these maps. We expect these new maps in the next couple of weeks. My top concern is ensuring that these maps keep communities of interest together and adhere to the Voting Rights Act. The primary, originally scheduled for June 28th, will probably be moved to August. I know a lot of people are out of town around then, so probably you should be sure to vote early or to request an absentee ballot. I'll leave it there for now, but I'm happy to take questions if there's time.
Thank you. We did a couple things that I would just say. Sorry, I'll read one of the questions in the Q&A, and then we generally don't do a huge Q&A section, but we'll see what we can accommodate. I certainly would agree with you. We have, with the helicopters, we have put out our own resolutions. And I would say one of the public members, Kara Kelly, says the tourist helicopters are terrible and safe. Non-essentials need to be stopped, and I think want to also support that conversation. I'm going to allow 2 board members to speak, and that's going to be the max. Again, we traditionally don't do this, but I think given the times, we will. So Clary, if you'd like to have a brief question, then Jay, and then we're going to move on to our next speakers. And if
Thank you, Stephen. Congressperson Nadler, my question is about the helicopter legislation, which is so much needed. But I know that you've got versions of the bills that you've had for the last several sessions. I guess my question is this going to pass? What's going to happen with the Senate? we're all for it, but we don't see it going anywhere so far. And I wondered how optimistic.
Well, we don't know if it's going to pass. The thing about Congress is a lot of things you can't predict. We have sponsors from New Jersey as well as from New York. We have sponsors in both houses, the Senate and the House. And we're going to do everything we can, but I can't guarantee you it's going to pass.
Is there anything as us as community board members we can do? We made a resolution to support it. Any other ideas?
No, I tell you to write your congressman, except
he's on.
Right.
I don't know. So I think we're okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. So one more question, and then we'll move on. Jay, brief question.
Yeah, Jerry, you mentioned that
Jay, you went out for a moment by accident. You muted yourself a little bit. Yeah. Jay, you got to unmute yourself.
Got you. Jerry, you mentioned that the Senate would have to eliminate the filibuster and pass the Women's Health Protection Act. I mean, eliminating the filibuster, I'm sure you would agree, is virtually impossible in this environment. Even one Democratic senator has indicated publicly that he's against it, and the president has little enthusiasm for it. As far as I know, and maybe you can confirm or not, the only other way to deal with this overturning of Roe versus Wade would be to increase the number of members of the Supreme Court. I know that's an extreme. I think it's been tried once in our history by Franklin Roosevelt with no success. But do you think that that's at least worth a discussion? It would mean, if it's a 5-4 decision, it would mean an expansion from 9 to 11 justices who would be appointed.
Well, it's funny you should ask that, Jay, because Senator Markey of Massachusetts and I introduced a bill to increase the size of the Supreme Court by 4 last year.
I wasn't aware of it.
Well, I think it's an important thing to do, and there is precedent. Roosevelt tried it, but Roosevelt was too cute by half. I mean, there's nothing in the Constitution that sets the number of Supreme Court justices at 9. And in fact, it's been changed 5 or 6 times. The last time it was changed was 1865, but there's nothing that says you can't do it again. Roosevelt, instead of simply saying, hey, these justices are terrible, they're out of step with the country, they're killing everything in the New Deal, and therefore let's increase the number of judges, he was too cute by half. He said, we'll add a justice for every justice who's over 70. So, and that the Senate rebelled at, especially since a lot of the senators were over 70. But I think it's perfectly doable.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. I do have one question, and that would just be back to Ukraine. Just curious your thoughts, other than what we're doing. I just an open question. Are there other mechanisms? Are there other things that we can do if we want to, I don't know, say take it to the next level for the best level? Clearly, we're.
I don't think so. We're the spigot's been opened. We have now agreed to replace with modern American equipment the Soviet era or the Soviet designed, the Russian designed planes that some of our NATO allies used to be, in the behind the Iron Curtain have, so they can turn those planes over to the Ukrainians who are trained on them. We're shipping things as fast as can be done logistically. I can't think of anything we can do that we're not doing.
And anything now that they are sort of threatening to take away various different energy supplies, are we having conversations on how to either fill the void or what to do? Because clearly that's an imminent challenge.
Yes, we are, and we're having discussions with the Saudis to increase their production, because their production is their oil their facilities are the most amenable to rapid increase in production that can be gotten to Europe quickly. We can ship some to Europe too, but we're farther away. We don't have pipelines, and it takes LNG tankers, and that takes longer. I mean, that'll be important eventually, but you have to bridge the gap.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you showing up today and speaking about these very important issues. And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Great. So Gail, I believe that Gail, our city council person, is here as well.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Steve. A few things. First of all, I feel very strongly in West Park Presbyterian Church, and I look forward to the community board's discussion of it Thursday night. So at 10 a.m., everyone is invited if you think it's appropriate on Thursday morning at West Park Presbyterian Church on 86 and Amsterdam. We are having a press conference, and the topic is Landmarks Preservation Commission. We would like you not to get rid of the landmarks. We want the church to continue standing. We will find a way with others to get it renovated, but we want to keep that church standing. Apparently, since the landmarks law was initiated many, many years ago, obviously Jackie Onassis had something to do with it, only 20 buildings have lost their landmark status. We don't want this to be one of them. So that's number one. That same day, May 5th, May 5th, Thursday at 5 o'clock, we are honoring Jacques Dembrose, who was, as you know, a very well-known ballet dancer. It's going to be at Lincoln Center, right on the plaza. You're all welcome to come at 5 o'clock. There will obviously be a sign co-naming the area at Columbus Avenue there in his name, and people from the National Dance Institute will be there. Tomorrow night, Wednesday, we have the Garden Riverside Law Project. We have with them and with Take Root, we have our housing clinic at 6 o'clock, and you can get all of that information on our website, but I want to be sure you know about it. In terms of, we all were at the rally today. I won't go through the Roe v. Wade concern and horror show that we're experiencing, but we were at a rally, and also I spoke at a press conference with other members of the city council this morning, so we're all working on that. Some small things. I don't know whether I'm making any sense on this issue or not, but at 95th Street, 70 West 95th Street is a large plaza. It's good that the Dwight School is putting in a childcare center there. But at this moment, the entire plaza is being torn up. I don't know if it's going to be for the childcare center, for the public. I do know that in 1963, we pulled the papers from the City Planning Commission, 20,000 square feet were mandated for that building. So I wrote to the City Planning Commission. I think we got you a copy, and we want to make sure that whatever is going on is legal. So just to bring that to your attention, because sometimes with the Mitchell-Lamas, things slip through the cracks. We just sent to the mayor's office, and apparently they are interested in working with us, every single rat hotspot on the Upper West Side. And the list of 311 complaints was voluminous, as well as many emails. And of course, the rats are eating people's interior engine cables. So I hope we get some support, but I just want to let you know the mayor's office has been very interested in working with us. Thank you, Congressman Nadler, for your work on helicopters. I have done everything I can, but we need the federal legislation. We did just introduce legislation. I can't say it's going to do much to say that, we have that the helicopters have to reduce their noise by a certain amount if it exceeds the federal noise reduction standards. I can't say that helps, but I'm going to try every aspect. As you know, I went to New Jersey and I flew in one of those helicopters that doesn't have any doors to see where they go. And they go right over the West Side. They go right over Central Park. They go right over Governor's Island. They go right over Brooklyn Bridge Park. And it's not appropriate. So we also just wrote, as we have in the past, the New Jersey officials have been very supportive, but they haven't been able to stop the helicopters from going from New Jersey to New York. So we just wrote to the New Jersey governor, asking him, just making it clear that his constituents don't want the helicopters either. So we're trying on all levels We also want to, Hudson River Park doesn't want the heliport on 34th Street, but that's up to the governor and the mayor, not up to the people at the Hudson River Park Trust, just so you know, because there's a little confusion about that. In terms of budget, I want to thank everybody who participated in participatory budgeting. I think you know that people voted for security cameras on Broadway, Amsterdam, Columbus, and Riverside Drive. So we will definitely be doing that. They also voted for greening Broadway, for trees and tree guards on Broadway above 72nd Street. And then they voted for restrooms at 199, PS 199, and technology at MS 243, which is the center school. So that's what we voted for. And then other items that did not get voted for, I'm going to try to figure out between me and other elected officials. Particularly, we're going to work with Congressman Nadler. Again, I thank him, to try to get some of the security cameras for the brownstone nitrous, just as an example. But we will try to work on everything. Generally, in terms of the budget, obviously the mayor has come out with his executive. The city council is going to be analyzing it all during the month of May. But there are some obvious ones, organics being one of them. I know I compost. We got to get more people on the Upper West Side in District Community Board 7 to compost, because we are one of the few locations where there is organics. And we have to show the rest of the city that it's a good thing. Generally, recycling is 15 to 70% in the city, and we want to get organics there. So we need to do more on the Upper West Side. So if members are not composting, let us know, because we can help you to figure out how to do it. And in terms of affordable housing, that's the other issue. The mayor put in some money. There was very little compared to what he promised during the campaign and what is needed in terms of affordable housing. So if you want, I don't want to spend hours on the budget. It's something that I can do, but I don't need to do it now. If you want more breakdown, we're looking very carefully at the items that the community board recommended, because we obviously have a capital money to allocate as well as expense. So we're in the middle of discussing all of that right now. We're also doing a tree survey, because I want to know where all the vacant tree beds are, because I heard the borough presidents have 1 million trees, and I heard the mayor's giving out 20,000 trees. So I want us to get some of those trees. So actually we have surveyed, got back 2,145 people have surveyed in terms of, that number have served, those number of trees or empty tree beds have been surveyed, and we're going to keep working on it till we get it all done. I'm also, it's really hard to get a handle on, as you know, the motorbikes and the ATVs. We've certainly been in touch with the local precincts, and we have brought every concern to their attention, but I can't say I've been able to, figure out what to do. It's not an easy problem, but obviously we're working with PD on that, as well as the shoplifting. I will have very soon, though I've been promising, but we are getting the statistics for the Upper West Side. So we're really, really clear what the issues are. So those are some of the things we're working on. And I look forward to continue to work on the community with Community Board 7. This was a tough day for all of us who've been working on Roe v. Wade for 40 years. Thank you very much, Board 7.
Thank you, Councilperson Brewer, and we thank you for your report, and we look forward to seeing you in the next couple of days.
Steve, I have a quick question, if that's okay. It's Irina.
Sure, go ahead,
For
Irina.
Gail. Gail, I'm wondering what we can do about the graffiti. It's just everywhere. It's on mailboxes, it's on light poles, it's on the gratings. It's just everywhere. I've never seen so much graffiti on the Upper West Side. Is there anything we can do about it?
Yes, yeah, I will work, absolutely. We are working with the post office to get the paint. They have free paint, they won't use it. So that would take care of the post boxes. And then we're gonna work with the Black associations. I really appreciate the work that Steve and Chris and Neil and even Miriam have been doing over time, because they have a lot more Black associations now who are participating. And so, yes, I'm very aware of it, and we will work on it. Yes, along with some of the other issues I mentioned that are really bothering people.
And maybe we could provide paint to some of the businesses.
Yeah.
So that maybe we can have like one day where we can all get together and just paint everything.
That's a
Cover
great
it
idea.
over.
That's a great idea. Thank you. I love it.
Thank you, Raina, and thanks again, Councilperson Brewer. We'll see you over the next couple of days regarding the West Side Search. We announced that earlier, and so we look to engaging with you on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now, I believe we're going to jump back into our business session, and we have one more item. Hold on one sec. We have one more item, and that is our bylaws item. This is a little bit of a different item, so I'm going to introduce it first. I did send an email that talked a little about it. It's a little bit of a non-traditional item in the way that we would go about something. So today we've had, I will let Susan introduce herself in the background, but we're going to have a presentation from our bylaws committee about bylaws. Very unusual. There's a usual wording in our bylaws about changing bylaws, and that is, it requires that it is presented at a full board meeting, and then it is required that the next board meeting, you vote on that, and any amendments or any friendly amendments, unfriendly amendments go there. So this is the only time that I've seen this since I've been here. So today, I want to be clear, we're not voting today. This is not what's going to go on. What we're going to do is have a presentation from Susan regarding what I think she summarized the major changes. It'll be a little bit longer than a brief one because this is the thing. It's going to be a presentation where she's going to walk us through that. The goal is to have some feedback from each person. I want to call it, I think Susan, the team is ready to be writing comments. I think the idea is to see what people's concerns are, what they like, what they don't like, but it's not a Q&A. It's not a working session. This is really a presentation. We're going to allow everyone to sort of voice their concerns, and then we will be back next month to re-engage, talk about this again, and vote. So I just want to, again, realize we are not voting about this. So it's a little bit of a different process. So with that, I'm going to have Susan start her presentation, and I'll allow her to talk a little bit about it as well. After she presents, we will open it up for comments. Each person will have 2 minutes to make comments. We will move forward on each person. I'm hoping to get whoever wants to speak about this in, but we ask that we keep it to 2 minutes. Thank you, Susan. We will hand it off to you. I mean, I also wanted to say I did send out an email. I'm very thankful to the work that Susan has done. I'm very thankful for what the task force has done. They've been working on this for multiple years. People may not realize that Susan was actually it was our esteemed previous chair, Mark Diller, who made Susan the chair of task force. So that tells you how long that they've been working on it. So this is a culmination of a tremendous amount of work, and I'm very happy to support her and have her present her work.
Thanks so much. I see Ethel's already got a question. Ethel?
No, I just wanted to ask, I don't mean to take the time, but what I don't understand is what's really going to happen in the next month. That is, it's as if it was gospel that when Steve said the procedure is we discuss it tonight and then we're going to vote in the next at the next board meeting. There's a tremendous amount to discuss, and I want, as part of all of this, how we are working together in the next month, because it won't be good enough to have a half an hour here, and then I don't know what we do in the next month, but then go back in June when there is going to be a rather heavy agenda on many, many items. So one of the things I thought about, not to take time from your exposition, but this requires some real work and time, and I don't see it happening enough, because there are a lot of new thoughts, new approaches, many of which I at least have enormous questions about and feel that they will not be susceptible to, let's say, the best time you can give now and sometime at the June meeting when we have to vote. That part has to be modified, I believe. Don't want to take more time.
Thank you, Ethel. Again, we're going to have 2 minutes for every person to speak. Susan, if you can give your presentation first, that's what I'd ask. We can talk about how moving it, but this is the part of the presentation where we're going to have Susan present her the work that she's done, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Stephen. So first I want to thank Mark Diller for for appointing me chair of the task force in January of 2020 in the before time. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. It's a 19-page document. We sent it out last Wednesday, or Max did rather, and I appreciate that it's a lot to digest. For those of you who are not big fans of bylaws, we have spent 2 years plus working on this. We appreciate everyone taking time to read it. I'd also like to thank members of the task force for their sins. That's Jay, Barbara, Natasha, Michelle, and Josh, who managed to find a way off of the task force, but he was with us for most of the time. Finally, I want to thank Natasha, who's here tonight. If not visually, she's here listening. And I'd like to say, Natasha, Eid Mubarak. It's an important Muslim holiday this evening, and Natasha's here instead of being with her family because she's committed to this project. I think that's really great. So first, the process. In January of 2020, when I took over the task force, what I wanted to do is have as many people involved as possible so that we could have, you know, what Ethel's talking about, the really robust conversation. So there were about 20 people who were in the district office for the first meeting. We spent a lot of time discussing how we would start, and the decision was made that we would use the Manhattan Borough President's bylaws template. Let me backtrack and say that Gail, I don't know if she's still on the call, but Gail convened a task force that took members of every community board in Manhattan, and they spent about 2 years coming up with what they thought would be a good template for bylaws, so they'd try to unify it across the island. And so we compared the CB7 bylaws and the Manhattan Borough President's template, and we decided that we would, rather than reconstruct the current bylaws, which had last been done in 2013, valiant effort. They were great bylaws. They're still great bylaws. We decided we would start with the Borough President's template so it would be consistent with everyone else. So that was where we started. Unfortunately, I think you've heard about COVID. That came in. We got sidetracked for many months, and then we started up again. And unfortunately, just because of the constraints of working on Zoom, decided to reconfigure the task force into a much smaller group so it'd be workable on Zoom. And I apologize for that, but that's what happened. So we went through the Manhattan Borough President's template lovingly, month after month, and then word by word. And then at the end, what we did is we went back and we took a look at the CB7 bylaws, and anything that was missing that was important, we wove it in. Then the final thing we did was we took a look at the other 11 Manhattan community boards and their bylaws to see, you know, is there anything here that'd be really good to adopt? And there are some things we did take in. So with that, I'm going to go through the 8 major changes. There are other changes, but these are the 8 major changes. And, you know, I don't want to read through the entire 19 pages of bylaws. That's not what this is for tonight, but just the 8 major changes. Before I do that, I want to mention there are 3 errors that we've discovered in the process over the last week that will be changed. The first is, I apologize to Robert's rules. We left you out. So that's going to be added back in. That was a grotesque oversight. Embarrassing, to say the least. The second thing is that there was a section missing that specifies that co-chairs cannot be officers at the same time, and that will be corrected as well. And then the final thing is that the secretaries, the co-secretaries, are responsible for taking minutes at steering. And it doesn't say that explicitly, but since they're valiantly working away, it should say that. And while I'm on the topic of that, I want to say that we asked the board to give us input, take a look at the Borough President's bylaws template, and we got some feedback, not as much as I would have liked, but Beverly Donahue gets a really honorable mention here for working with us. And I also like to thank the people who did come to the Bylaws Task Force meetings. Robert SBA made an appearance, Mark Diller was there, Rich Robbins came, a number of people did come, not as many as I would have liked once again, but people did come, so thank you. So with that long preamble, let me start in, and I'm going to do this in order of the bylaws. So it's just in the order in which they appear. The first thing is board member statements. So the current CB7 bylaws say that the chair is the only authorized spokesperson, and that members are required to always state very clearly that their views do not represent the board. The Manhattan Borough President has the same view on this. It's exactly the same. The proposed language we're using, or what we're proposing, is that similar to that, but we would like to say that chairs and co-chairs may speak to agencies conducting board business without prior authorization. So if you're a chair or a co-chair, let's say you're the co-chair of Parks, you can go ahead and talk to the Parks Department or any of the city agencies. You don't need to get authorization from the chair. You do, however, need to get specific prior authorization from the chair to speak to the media. And where this shows up, if you're playing along at home in the bylaws, is on page 4, and it's section 2A5, A, B, and C. So the only change here is that chairs and co-chairs can speak to agencies while conducting board business. And we're adding the requirement that you have to get specific authorization from the chair of the community board before you speak to the press. The second major change is leave of absence. Now, this is a curious one because we've always voted on leave of absence for people up to a 3-month leave of absence. And it's always been awkward for some people because, you know, we don't find out the reason why someone's getting a leave of absence. But there's actually nothing in our current bylaws that talks about this. So it's sort of strange. The borough president's office has leave of absence only for one thing, and that's required if you're running for an elected office. And so what we've suggested is that we do the same thing as the borough president template. And then if you're running for elected office, you have to take a leave of absence. You can come back if you're elected. You obviously can't because you can't be on the community board if you're an elected official. So that's a big change. The third thing would be the sad topic of removal from the board. So right now, the CB7 bylaws say that steering oversees removal requests. Across all 3 categories, our current bylaws, the Manhattan Borough President template, and the proposed draft, the metric would still say the same. It would be that if you miss 7 of 12 meetings, you are eligible to be removed for cause. The only thing, and in all 3 cases, it requires a full board vote to do that. The only thing we're suggesting changing is that it would, instead of being overseen by steering, which can be like 20, 25 people, instead it would be talked about initially at the executive committee level. And the reason for that is that it's a little more discreet. And if somebody's been suggested to be removed for cause, we'd like to keep it a little bit more discreet. Moving on. The next 2 are sort of related. They're affiliations and conflict of interest. Right now, the current CB7 bylaws say that for affiliations, there are certain areas, certain classifications of people who qualify as having a conflict of interest. And those are officer, director. Now, once again, this is the current CB7 bylaws. If you're an officer, a director, an employee, a professional service provider with a discretionary decision-making responsibility, you have to disclose that, and then you can vote. The Manhattan Borough President's office is actually quiet on affiliations. It's all covered in conflict of interest. So I'll get to that next when I talk about conflict of interest. What we're proposing is it would be the same as the current CB7 bylaws, but it would add 1 word, and that's advisor. And if an organization has taken a position on a matter before the board, the member would be ineligible to vote, but can discuss it. And there's one other thing, which is that members with these affiliations may not chair a committee if they're likely to have members before the committee that would have the organization there. So all we're doing is we're adding advisor to the list of affiliations, and any affiliated members are ineligible to vote, but they can discuss after disclosing. And that's a big one, and that'll take some discussion, but that's our proposal. Conflict of interest. Right now, CB7 says no voting matters with direct or indirect economic gain, and you have to disclose before speaking or voting. But if you have a conflict of interest, you can still potentially go ahead and do those things. Manhattan Borough President takes a more determined view on this, and it's sort of back to the affiliations language, very familiar. It says that you are determined, you have a conflict if you're an officer, a director, an employee, you have a professional interest, you're a government employee with a policy or rulemaking role, and if so, you have to disclose it before speaking, and you are ineligible to vote. And she also says that members with conflict may not chair the meeting where the conflict is taking place. So what we're recommending is the same as the Manhattan Borough President's office, but we want to add the words advisor of, or also have a professional or avocational interest in, and that's in section 2C. So the current language is insufficient, we felt, to avoid the appearance of impropriety, and that's a really big deal. The new language is the same as the Borough President. Once again, it adds advisor and professional or avocational interest. Members with conflicts can still discuss. They're not being shut down, but just they should not be voting on these things. They're ineligible to vote. Number 6 is attendance. Now, attendance is a big topic. It's really important. And the reason why is because, as we all know, the one solid thing that can get you not renewed on the board is if your attendance is questionable. And it's also a big deal because the co-secretaries are in the unenviable spot of having to determine who's attended and who hasn't. Sometimes people arrive late, sometimes they leave early. They're not there for the whole meeting, particularly on Zoom right now. If your picture's not there, how do we decide if you're there or not? So attendance is really important. Our current CB7 bylaws simply say members must regularly attend meetings. That's it. There's no other, qualification on this. The borough president calls for initial and final roll calls. However, what we're recommending is not an initial and final roll call, although I wanted that, but I got shot down mightily. What we're recommending is that you must be present for 75% of a meeting to be considered present. I want to say that boards 1, 6, 8, 9, and 10 all have 2 roll calls. That did not convince my fellow task force members. They felt that that would be really a burden. So what we've gone with is, and also I want to point out that most other boards consider missing 3 to 5 meetings cause for removal. They also didn't want to go with that. So we're going to have no change in cause for removal. It's still missing 7 to 12 meetings, but it will be 75% of a meeting. And to give you an example here, people say the meetings go too long. So a full board meeting that starts at 6:30, if it starts at 6:30 and it goes until 11, if you need to go to sleep at 10 o'clock, you still count, I think, as being present for the meeting at 75%. I'm not suggesting you should go to sleep at 10 and leave, but my math might be a little bit off, but you get the gist of it.
Susan, I may have a friendly amendment there, but we'll talk about
Okay. I thought there were no, okay. I see Shelley shaking his head too. All right, fine. Number 7.
Adding a little humor to the conversation.
Thank you. Full board meetings. CB7 has a says the public session may be limited to 1 hour. It says there's no time limit on elected officials or their representatives, and there are no meetings in August. The borough president's template said there's a 3-minute time limit on speakers, all speakers, and there are no meetings in July or August. And to that point, I want to mention that right now, the only boards in Manhattan who have meetings in July are boards 2 and board 7. So we're top of the heap here. So what we're recommending is that community members should be limited to 2 minutes. Elected officials and their representatives should be limited to 3 minutes. And that another thing we want to mention is that if you're going to be speaking in the community session, we'd like you to disclose if you either work or live in the district before speaking. Although anyone can speak, we just want to know what your affiliation is with the district. So for example, if you're zooming in from Arizona, just because you care about New York City, we want to know that you don't actually live here or work here. You might not have been here for 15 years, but you can still talk. And then finally, we want to have meetings in July only if needed. We're not banning meetings in July. The executive committee will still meet. Any committee that wants to meet can still meet, but we're recommending that we have July and August off. And then finally, officers, and this is a big change. Right now, CB7 has a chair, 2 vice chairs, co-secretaries. The chair is limited to 3 consecutive 1-year terms, and we have annual elections. The Manhattan Borough President template says they have a chair, a vice chair, a treasurer, and a secretary, but you could have other people as well. And the officer term is kind of vague. It's 1 2-year term, but it can be longer. And they have annual elections. What we're proposing is a chair, only 1 vice chair, a treasurer, and 2 co-secretaries. Part of the reason for having only 1 vice chair instead of 2 is that it keeps it as an uneven number. So if the executive committee needs to get together and vote on something, it doesn't have it as a tie. And also the feeling was that having 2 vice chairs, the way we do it, it winds up being more like a popularity contest of sorts. It's just sort of awkward, the determination of who's first vice chair and who's second vice chair. And the feeling was that the treasurer could fill in the place of the second vice chair. We've also recommended the chair term being limited to 1 consecutive 2-year term, largely because we're recommending having a biennial election beginning November of 2023. Now, initially, I mistakenly called this biannual, which would have meant several times a year. It's biennial, which means every other year. And the thinking for this came from there are 3 or 4 other community boards that actually have elections only every other year. The reason we thought this was good was because in the first year, you're kind of getting your sea legs. It takes you like 6 or 7 months to figure out what's going on. And then by the time you finish that, you're all of a sudden running for for election again. And it's a very time consuming process. And we felt that it was an undue burden on people. And frankly, no one ever gets elected out after 1 year. So just give the person 2 years up front. If you take one term off, you can still run again. You can come back. So it's not like you're only limited to 2 years, but at least this way it gives people a chance to rotate the chair, and it gives an opportunity for other people to do things. So that's it in a nutshell. I hope I spoke quickly enough. I'm sorry if I spoke too quickly. That's it. So I'm going to let Stephen call on folks and ask for comments. As he said, we really welcome the input. We really do. As I said, we asked for it from before. We didn't get a lot of it. We are going to have another bylaws task force meeting before the June full board meeting, and everyone is welcome. We just would love to get your input.
Great. So I'm gonna kind of run this with you.
Please.
Again, what we're gonna do is each member has 2 minutes to speak. They can share either what they like, what they don't like, their concerns. We'll go through we'll try and get through everyone we can. I did want to address something, and that is just as an update, we are at the end of a lot of work. So we're at the culmination of 15 plus meetings, many task force, some people joined. This, I personally, on multiple occasions, encourage people to give any thoughts or concerns that they had towards the formation. I think there were some people who were very, very responsive. So you should know that a half dozen members spoke and wrote, got their thing on Wednesday, spoke over the last 2 months, asked to speak to Susan and the committee personally. So the idea that we're starting our work through this, I would just reset. I believe we're at the end of a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of feedback and a tremendous amount of requests for people who wanted to engage, and people did. So I'm very thankful. And I know, again, Susan had called out a couple individuals who were very thorough about reading. They did it. I know Susan personally then called up and said, let's have a conversation about this. So there has been a lot of conversation for those who have raised their hands and wanted to lean into these conversations. So that being said, we're going to transition. I've asked Doug, just so we kind of move along. I think we've got 10 hands up. So I know there's going to be a lot of people who want to speak. Doug, if you can just kind of help me with the 2-minute mark as well, I think that would be a good thing as well. So we'll be a little loose, but we're trying to keep people to 2 minutes. We got 11. That's, we're going to probably have another half hour worth, which is a healthy debate. So I will call on Bev Donahue first. Bev, do you need to unmute yourself?
There, done. Just 2 quick things. One, I've already shared with Susan, which is the 2-week deadline for getting minutes done for a 4-hour full board meeting with lots of elected official detail. That's a tight agenda. And I would frankly like to see a little more time, certainly get it in before the 72-hour limit to get things posted for the next meeting. But I frankly, personally, have not consistently been able to make that deadline. So I would like to see that lengthened. That's 1. 2, this inclusion of this notion of avocation as a category of involvement is a little bit troubling to me because it seems so general. And I think we all have an avocation for our work on the board. And I just don't know where you draw the line at something that constitutes a conflict. So I would like to see some more specification around that idea. That's it.
Thank you. I know I'm not supposed to go back and forth with folks, just I'm writing this down, but I do want to say, again, Beverly was incredibly generous with her time on this. And I want to short circuit the discussion about avocation and just say up front that the task force has talked about that. And I think that really we're going to withdraw that. So no one else needs to comment on it. It's been taken out.
Thank you. And Susan, it's fine to give a quick comment. I just think that we're not going to have an hour and a half debate.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So
I just thought we'd save some time so no one else needs to comment on avocation.
Sure. So thank you. Let's call on Shelley Fine. Well, okay, let's call on Shelley. Yes.
Okay, I was going to mention the avocation because an avocation can be anything that you have pleasant experiences within life, that's your interest. So, but also we're adding two other things, advisor and professional interests. And I think that's vague too, and probably dangerous because it's not a part of the charter or standard language. And if we ask for a opinion on it, legal opinion on conflict of interest, they probably would not be able to answer. I think adding these things are unnecessary and could be problematic. For instance, I'm a professional educator, but I'm going to vote on educational issues and speak out on them because it doesn't directly affect me, okay, in what I do. But it's certainly a professional interest, as is, I can list a whole bunch of things. Or if I'm a bird watcher and we're talking about Central Park and what areas you can do it, well, you might love to bird watch, and that's your that's an interest, and it may even be a professional interest. You may take pictures and so on and so forth. But as long as it's, if it's not something you're getting paid for, that you're part of an organization structure as an officer or something, I think we're overreaching there.
Excuse me one second, just make sure everybody knows that I'm the avid bird watcher he's talking about. Just so
I know, that's why I threw it in.
Thanks, Joe. Okay.
I'd like to say there's a lot of thought that went into it, and thank you for the excellent explanation of these points. In terms of the board members' statements, I think that adding clarifying the co-chairs can speak to agencies is something that's happened, but it's good that we have it in there. In terms of leaves of absence, we've been doing it for all types of reasons. Okay. And particularly,
you're at 2 minutes, Shelley, just so you know,
we'll give Shelley, 20 or 30 seconds more, Shelley, if you want to go through your things, but
okay, yeah, thank you.
Sort of the time.
That we were eliminating all the other reasons for a leave of absence that we've been using, so we should be aware of that. And removal from the board, again, now seems only missing 7 to 12 meetings. I thought I read more in the context, maybe I'm wrong, that there are other actions people could take to remove people from the board or members moving. Am I wrong?
This is just the 7 to 12 is the metric on the attendance.
Okay.
Yes, if you move,
I have problems with board members trying to remove other board members. So I think that's a big issue that we ought to talk about, because that can be very political. It could be. It could be very damaging to people's reputations. And it may be something that has to be done in executive session, or as we had in the past, an ethics committee that would meet discreetly, deal with things and try to resolve them rather than trying to remove people. So these are just some thoughts.
Thank you for that. A quick point of clarification, Shelley, that our current bylaws do allow for any member to recommend to have another member removed.
Yeah, I would like that removed.
Okay.
Got it. I just to clarify, the reason she didn't bring that up because there's no change to that. That's whatever was in the past continues to stay. I think our focus, or I should say Susan's focus, was to bring changes. So
no, I appreciate that. I appreciate
everyone, whatever language we had, whatever language in the bylaws for everyone about that subject, it continues to be that subject. And therefore that's why it's not addressed.
No, thank you for clarification.
Great. Okay. Again, in the vein of allowing new people to speak and then moving backward, Kristen Berger, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Stephen. My questions are around the discussion of speaking with the media. I think it was 2A5B to be precise. It seems to say that a member of the community board can't speak to the media without the chair's permission. And I think that there are times that the community board could have taken a position, yet there was dissent. So it would make sense for those dissenting community board members to speak up, and just so long as they clearly identify that they are not speaking on behalf of the board, but they are speaking as an individual who is a board member. if that's not what it already says.
Yeah, it's not saying that you have to get approval for what you're going to say. All it's saying is that you need to say, I'm going to speak to the media about this topic. So for example, I've done that where I'm going to do something and I let the chair know I would like to speak. I mean, I've been called, I'm the head of a tenant association in my building. And so I've gotten called by Westside Rag to talk about something. I say, listen, Westside Rag has called me. Can I talk to them about XYZ? That's all it comes down to. It's just getting authorization to say, so that the chair is aware that board members are going to be speaking to the media to make sure that there's no confusion about this.
It is different though if it's getting authorization from the chair versus simply informing them, right? We can say, I spoke to Chalk Beat today on topic blah blah. But if I'm saying, may I speak to Chalk Beat today about, topic X, that's different. And I think that the granting permission is inappropriate, so long as you are very clear that you are not representing the entire community board or the board's position.
Great, thanks.
Was there any other things you wanted to comment on, Kristen?
That was the primary one. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Let's have Elizabeth Caputo.
I've already spoken once. I think there are some people who haven't spoken
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry. Great. Sarah Lynn, you haven't spoken, and let's have you speak on the topic.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for the work that was done. I will say, for myself, I didn't always receive notice of when the task force meetings were. And sometimes when I did, they were, during the workday, and I work full time. So I wasn't able to attend any of them. But yeah, I think that, as a board, we benefit from having people with professional expertise on topics before us. I think of, all the architects that are on our board. I think of Andrew Albert, who's on the MTA board and provides us with like an immense amount of inside information, and it's so helpful for our work. So I think we should be encouraging that rather than kind of almost taking a punitive approach to those people by not allowing them to vote on matters that they have professional expertise in. So that feels like it would be bad for the board. And, Shelley mentioned the conflict of interest and sticking with the board's the conflict of interest board's regulations so that we can get legal advice from them. I think that's important. And I think that, in places where we've gone beyond the Manhattan Borough President's template, I'll admit that I haven't had time to go in depth on that, but I guess it concerns me a little, and I'll dig in more between now and next month, but I hope we all have enough time to really dig in and that we don't rush through this major decision as a board. And I would also just echo what Kristen said as well about, I don't want to curtail the free speech of any members of the board. So there are some things though that I think are, great and make a lot of sense. So let's just all continue to talk about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks so much. I want to really stress this. This is not curtailing anyone's free speech. That's not what's happening here. And this is simply to say, I've been approached by the media, or I'd like to approach the media. I want to let you know about this and get the authorization. It's kind of like getting a hall, well, I'm not gonna say getting a hall pass to go to the bathroom, but it's just like, instead of saying I went to the bathroom, I'm coming back now, it's just to say, I'm going to, that's a bad example, but it's just to say, get Andrew Albert's laughing at me. Okay. It's just to say, I'd like to get authorization for this ahead of time. To say, I'm going to do this, not say, I just spoke to Westside Rag, you're going to read about it. That's the difference. It's not curtailing anyone's free speech. Next question, comment?
I'll pick some, but I think to the point that Susan is taking notes, it's noted that there's a couple concerns about this topic and we'll continue to do so. So thank you, Sarah, and your concern is noted. And we still have a process in front of us. So thank you. Courtney, you haven't spoken yet, so we're going to have you chime in.
Wanted to say, first of all, thank you for all your hard work. And also I just wanted to voice my support for there should be a number of absences allowed. We have attendance at committee meetings as part of the thing you sign off on to be part of this meeting. And if people don't show up for 5 out of the 11 meetings, that seems like a bar we should be able to hit. And I just would love to look at what the other community boards do on that matter, which I think you mentioned we have, and I would just suggest that we follow their lead, because I think we do have the right, especially since we need a certain number to vote on things. If you're going to be on a committee, I think you should show up to a certain number of meetings. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Madeline?
So I'm concerned about this 7 to 12 days as far as absentee. From June to probably November, I work the Board of Elections. I'm a poll worker. And sometimes we work till 9 o'clock at night. Sometimes we work till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's a part of a city agency. I'm wondering how that I may be penalized because I'm doing what I've been doing for the last few years. How is that going to be taken into account for it's still a city agency? And this is the community board. So do I get any points or consideration for doing that and not counted as a absentee? Because I just signed up. I just signed up for June, but hearing Jerry Nadler tonight saying they might switch it to August, that would be good for me. However, that's going to come up quite often, as it has, that working for the community board and then being on the, working for the Board of Election and then being on community board. I think there's all sorts of other concerns or considerations that's to be talked about as well.
You're excused. You're definitely excused.
Yeah, but I don't want. I'm at the Board of Elections poll working, and then I get a letter or committee.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Okay.
not. Absolutely not.
Okay, I just wanted to put that out there because I think I'm the only one who works at the Board of Election from June to November.
You're protected.
We don't have meetings on election day.
But even if you did, you're
That's
protected.
not what I'm saying.
If I could just respectfully ask let's take down the cross talking. I appreciate everyone trying to be productive, but we want to kind of move through. And I'll let Susan speak, but I think she's definitely got your concern. If you want to finalize this, Susan, that's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Then we're going to move on. And I
Real
know
quickly.
everyone's well intended, but we want to keep in a timely, efficient manner.
Yeah, Madeline, I want to thank you for your service. My father was a judge of elections in our town in Philadelphia. You're doing great work. So let me just say, on page 12, attendance and excused absences. Board members shall be properly excused from a meeting for any of the following reasons after sending a written request in advance of the meeting to the board chairperson: military service, jury duty, personal illness or death in the immediate family, attending to board business at the request of the chairperson, and finally, the real kicker, at the discretion of the board chairperson. So that would address, yeah, so there you have it.
Hi, Stephen.
So I think going to Dorney Park, if Stephen is feeling munificent, he says, sure, have a great time, take the kids. But there are a number of reasons why. And that's why the illness thing, there are a lot of reasons, a lot of things that can be covered and excused. But the point is, it's not just like, you're out with friends, you're having a great time, you don't want to come home for the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think we've all been, and I speak for the other chairs, everyone's been very reasonable. And again, there is a exception part to hopefully address your concern, Madeline. We can follow up and let you know, but there is excused absences. And that would seem to me like a very relevant excused absence.
Thank you.
Great. Let's continue on. Again, I'm trying to look at people, I'm keeping a little bit of eye here. Let's have Ira speak. Ira?
Okay, so I have a couple questions on the 75% of the meeting. How do you know when 75% of the meeting actually occurs until the end of the meeting? That's a very simple arithmetic question. There must be another mechanism that's a little more reasonable. The other problem is I want to speak for all the people here who have young children. I have 3 school-age children. Sometimes I'm the only parent because my wife is at one of 3 PTA meetings where she sits on the board and I'm left with the kids. I also have a Calvin Coolidge baby that I take care of as well. And so between my 3 children and my father, I can be called off at any given moment for an emergency that happens between the 50% moment and the 80% moment of a meeting. And this happens with frightening regularity. And I can, and I also sometimes just come into committee meetings for particular issues where I'm not on the committee. I understand if I'm a sitting member on the committee, I should be obligated for the whole meeting. But I don't know if that works so well when you're coming into as a non-member into a committee because you have a particular issue in that meeting. So I also wonder if that can somehow be adjusted, because I'd hate to see my vote completely disqualified because I came into a preservation. Well, it's not that way.
No. Everything you're saying is all stuff that you can work out with the chair in terms of excused absences. And once again, people have lives. We're all volunteers. I mean, I'm being paid to be on the community board. I don't know about the rest of you. No, I'm kidding. No one here is being paid. I got Linda to laugh.
Yeah, good.
No one here is being paid, and we understand you have a life. I mean, people have lots of responsibilities. So this is not a punitive thing. And by the way, Madeline, we're not changing the metric here. It's always been 7 out of 12 meetings. So
no, I'm not arguing the 7 out of 12.
I'm just saying
sometimes
the
meetings run longer.
No.
The other interesting thing is that there are 3 of us on this committee who are regulars at CEC meetings, and sometimes we try to attend both meetings. Sometimes we're too tired from this meeting to attend the other meeting. I would like to thank Mark for attending the other meeting the other night for most of the meeting. It was also available in a recording. I know that I listened to most of the recording. I don't know if Kristen did. It really stretches us, but we try to do this, and we don't, that's another 2 meetings a month as well that stretches us. And if anybody else wants to listen to the recording, God bless them. It's about an important issue that is an important schisms that run through the district, but I'm not going to go too far for that. So we also have other commitments that are related to our community board meeting, sometimes to directly conflict, and I don't know how to necessarily.
Ira, we're past 2
Got
minutes.
it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Set your mind at ease on this, Ira.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Let's have Clary.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So I very much appreciate the work that Susan and the committee have done. When I got the proposed new bylaws, though, I would very much have liked to have had not only a summary, but also a marked copy to be able to tell the difference between what we have now and what's being proposed. And I am grateful to Richard Robbins for having done all the work he did to provide that information. So I have just a few substantive comments, I think. One is, and this may be bizarre to all of you, but when I saw that the mention of that Robert's Rules of Order was eliminated, I said, great, because, but I think Susan's now said it's back in. In my experience, in many years on the board, anytime anybody pontificates and announces that something is covered by Robert's Rules of Order, that leads to procedures that are not sensible in terms of how we conduct our business. And I wish we had a better way of doing it than people pontificating on Robert's Rules of Order. I am concerned about I'm going to use the word gag rule. I know Susan wouldn't use it and others wouldn't necessarily either, but I share the concerns of others that a board member ought to be able, without conferring with the chair, to say something to the media or to anybody else, so long as the board member is clear that he or she is doing it personally, whether CB7 is mentioned or not. So I'm very troubled by that. Let's see, I had one other thing. Yeah, the 75%, I don't know how you measure that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I agree with Susan that it's even though that sounds objective, I think it's not doable. And I think Susan's proposal of check in and check out makes a lot more sense and is a lot more enforceable. And something else, but I can't remember what it was, so that's it.
Thank you, Clary. I'll have Melissa speak. You haven't spoke today, so we want to prioritize you.
Sure. Just a few things. I'm troubled by the 2-year term for the chair. I just think that's a very long time, considering just sort of like the role the chair plays in setting the tone of meetings and the run of meetings. And I mean, that's why we have multiple terms allowed, is to keep a good chair in place, but also a 1-year term in case a chair is not a great fit for the position. So I think that's something we should revisit. And then I know everyone's kind of speaking to this, but the 75%, that it feels kind of arbitrary and seems to create a lot of work for someone. I assume the secretaries who have to go back and sort of like make a decision of what is 75%, who left when, and kind of, it just creates a lot of burdensome work and a lot of anxiety for members who, like folks have stated, might have to leave for various reasons related to personal issues or work or childcare or illness or whatever. So I think that that provision needs to be revisited or eliminated. And also, again, folks have spoken to this, but the new additional restrictions around speaking to media, I think are sort of unwarranted, and I don't even know if really enforceable. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Ken?
Yeah, thanks. I want to take more of a 30,000-foot view. I was at a couple of the more recent task force meetings, and I feel like the guy who hired a contractor to do some window replacements on a building, and the contractor came back with a proposal to demolish the entire building. The threshold question to me is, what is so fundamentally wrong with our current bylaws that they need to be totally jettisoned and replaced with a document that includes a number of, as we've heard, problematic provisions? And overall, the proposed bylaws are troublesome because they significantly increase the powers of the chair, starting with a 2-year term, only one vice chair, power to remove goes to the executive committee, things like that. And not to mention what we're calling the gag, some people are calling the gag rule. We want people on this board to be civically engaged, and yet we're potentially punishing people for being involved with community organizations. There's also a resolution removed that would allow board members to take an item to the full board without it having gone to a committee, which increases democracy. And to top it all off, something nobody's mentioned, but the bylaws, as part of the adoption, would require a 2/3 majority to amend instead of a simple majority. So making it even harder to make any changes to what we're considering. So each one of these provisions could and should take up an entire board meeting. And we should not be at the end of a lot of work. In certain ways, this should be only the middle. There's no rush. Our current bylaws are functioning fine. We need to consider all of this very, very carefully, and not necessarily in one meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Let's move on to Mark Diller.
Thanks, and thank you to the committee, and especially to Susan. As you've heard, people are attributing credit to me, but really it was this meeting that this got going. I certainly put Susan forward, and the intelligent and careful presentation you heard tonight shows why I thought of her, and I'm glad that she continued in that role. But I can't claim any to that. Respect that I'm hoping I'm showing to everybody does not mean I agree with an awful lot of the things that have been proposed, and I don't want to harp on things that have already been mentioned, especially with respect to conflict of interest, although I will point out that my reading of the proposed rule would mean that the Reverend Kay Carpin couldn't have voted tonight on the food insecurity resolution because Weska lives in his church. And my 30,000-foot view is that I trust that our colleagues will do what our bylaws already say, and which I'm glad to see is repeated here, which is that they will follow the idea that they vote in the public interest. And I think I don't know that has never been done. And I think that that's something that should inform our discussion. I am troubled by the ban on speaking to the media without authorization, and the word authorization implies discretion, and that's a problem. I think that the 2-year term for the chair is a problem. I think that the removal of colleagues is an incredibly important thing and deserves the full attention of the steering committee, because these folks, all of us, were elected, or rather appointed by somebody who was elected to do this. And if they wanted to put a troublemaker in our midst, then they're privileged to do that, and I shouldn't be able to cause their removal quickly. My last point is that while there is an awful lot of work, I'm trying to speak too quickly, I understand. Awful lot of work that's already been done. I also want to have another 30,000 foot view of the June agenda, which will include a vote on the West Park Church, which I anticipate will be quite animated and well attended. I was going to mention the hybrid meetings as well. And my final point is that getting rid of July meetings means that the June resolutions don't get heard until September. That's a long time. I have a lot more, but I'm going to yield time, and thank you for listening to me so far. Forgive me.
Thank you, Mark. Robert.
Yeah, and first of all, thank you, Susan Shorts. I mean, this is a monumental task, and I think she did an eloquent, beautiful job. And I'm also very happy to see that Clary's term gag rule is gaining currency, or rather spreading like a brush fire, because I think it's the most dangerous thing. It's something of a different political system, isn't it? To muzzle the person that's involved in civic activities. And we're grown up, we're highly professional, highly educated. We're engaged in very local building, advocacy with affordable housing, primary health care, and so on and so forth. People look at us and count on us for our point of view, and to even suggest that you cannot talk to the media. The media catches you anyway. You're riding on the subway, you're a strap hagger, and the guy next to you is a reporter. He says, aren't you on the community board? What do you think this and that? What do you say? No, I can't talk to you. Talk to the chair, or send them to the website so that they can read an official position. You talk. You can offer the caveat that this is my personal opinion, and we are a board and we vote and so on. We have an organizational position, but this is how I view it. See, what if you were to defending a dissenting vote on a very serious matter? Mitchell Lama, for example, my pet thing, and you're the dissenting vote and the board votes another way. You have to, you can't express yourself when you're counted. People look at you, and they look at you for the leadership. You're a leader, you're an official, you're appointed, and part of that leadership is the public statement. And so that must be stricken from all of this. The whole concept is abhorrent, I think, and no offense to anyone there. I think the team effort was formidable, but that's my one point that really, and I'm very happy to see that from Clary to Melissa, Ken referred to it. By the way, Ken has an interesting point. I'm not supporting it, but there's nothing wrong with refreshing
an
existing document of so many years.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Robert. Let's continue on. Linda.
So on that note about media, let me, two things. The first thing, I think we make a mistake if we don't have 2 vice chairs. When I first was on this board, we had 3 vice chairs. We're volunteering, and it's a lot of work. And the vice chairs, Susan, and you guys have done a yeoman's job, but they really do support the chair. And I think 2 chairs is very helpful. And it's not a popularity contest. This isn't high school, but it's about functionality. That's 1. 2, media. There's no secret. Melissa Rosenberg and I are professional media consultants, and we help people work with media. And I've seen, I think what we need to do is discern the difference between, if a media asks you a question, our local media, our community, if they ask you a question, it's very easy to say, I cannot speak to you as a community board member. I can speak to you as a neighbor, as a member of this community. And you can make that distinction without it being a conflict of interest. And we've had unfortunate times in the past where we've had some of our board members who haven't made that clear. But there is a distinction. We can make the distinction. I mean, Melissa's boss and I were just honored by Schnepp's Media, which is last month, AM New York. We work in media. And so when I say that there is a way to separate it and say, okay, so-and-so, I'm speaking to you as not as a board member. Just make that distinction. And then, because if having been a reporter, if I'm asking somebody a question, I need an immediate response to kind of echo Robert. So that's my 2 minutes.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Sure, I want to just echo a little bit of what Linda said. As somebody who chaired the board for 3 years, I do feel as though there's a difference between you being at a board meeting and speaking your mind to a reporter versus getting asked and identifying yourself and saying, hey, I need to go check. If it's a matter that's coming before the board or that's part of a board meeting, it's important that you identify yourself and that you have as much communication with the board office as possible, because it can come back again, especially if it's a matter before the board. The main reason I wanted to speak tonight is just to let people know, again, on the bylaws task, or on the task force related to in-person and remote meetings. There's a lot of changes that are coming down the pike, potentially starting on June 8th. Stephen has informed me that that's not part of the discussion tonight, so I don't want to raise them. But I do think issues including the 75% of time, how that's policed in Zoom meetings versus in person, how committee chairs address who attends our meetings from the board, committee members, how many of them, if you need to have a quorum, how you determine who those people attend in person versus over Zoom. Those are all questions that I know are not addressed. And Susan and team, I want to give you great thanks for doing this, but there are going to be a lot of questions about how we incorporate the issues related to what's happening with open meetings law into these bylaws, or how we amend them based on that. And I look forward to working on all those issues with you in the coming months. Thanks.
Thank you. And
May I just go to, because I have to.
Well, Ethel, you already went once. So you went once for 3 or 4 minutes. I think other people should have the other opportunity. I will allow you to go twice. You will be the only person to go twice, but you did speak. So I just want to be clear. You spoke once.
I don't think so, but okay.
Well, you spoke for 3 minutes. I saw the YouTube. I'm pretty confident it was you speaking. And it was a little bit aberrant to have you speak first, but you did speak.
I defer to you, but I would like to say a minute and a half worth.
Okay, well, then that's even short. So, but you would have the full 2 minutes. But again, there's other people that haven't spoken yet. I think they should have the opportunity. We're going to work through it. I see you, but we sort of granted you the permission to speak up front. And I think it'd be kind to let other people speak for the first time on this topic, but I'll definitely bring you a second time. So I think that would be fair to others. Speaking of that, let's have Rich Robbins speak.
Thank you. And I want to point out our current bylaws do not limit board members to 2 minutes. A meeting chair has discretion, but it's members of the public that the bylaws limit to 2 minutes. These new bylaws contain dozens of extensive changes from both the borough president's template and from our bylaws. It took me many hours to review them to see all these changes. I created several documents, one that's intended to be a red line, which is really hard because it's comparing a new document to 2 previous documents. I also created a summary of what I see to be the major changes. I did email these to the entire board, and I tweeted it so people from home can find them. My Twitter account is @rich1, RICH, the number 1. I urge people to take the time and read them because you can see all the changes. There's no way that we could consider even a fraction of these changes and vote in June. If we rush through this and only talk about and amend the biggest of the issues, there are going to be dozens of other significant changes that would be made if we can only focus on a few issues. And if the threshold for amendments is changed to 2/3 majority, it would be locking in these changes effectively permanently. A number of people have raised the gag order. Currently, the way it's written does not allow us to talk, even if in our current capacity, in our personal capacity, unless we have authorization, which raises real First Amendment issues for me. There are many, many other significant changes that throw out a number of provisions that we've added to our current bylaws over the years. And if we can only speak for 2 minutes, I can't raise any of them right now. Thought is we shouldn't make future task force meetings in the middle of work days when only board members who don't have jobs can join. Also, members couldn't comment when the task force was going through the past few years because they didn't share their work that was before it was final. So we didn't see any of the changes unless you're able to go to the meetings during the day. And if the task force is just taking comments and going back and deciding which ones to incorporate, then we as a board are giving all the power to just the 4 members of the bylaws to completely rewrite the bylaws. So I really urge people to read through, look at my documents, because it does help see what was changed both from the Borough President's template and from our bylaws. But there are dozens of substantial, very material changes, and we really need to know what they are, and we really need to discuss them, any one of which could be a full evening's discussion.
Thank you, Rich. Let's have Howard.
Oh, great. Let me just say at the outset, I'm very impressed by this. Frankly, I'll concede, I don't think I'd have the patience or the attention to detail to do this myself. So yes, it impresses me. That said, I'm not going to go through all of the issues people raised tonight. I think a lot of important issues have been raised, from the need to the change in the count to change the bylaws from majority to 2/3, to the gag on speaking to the media, to who gets to vote on issues if they're involved substantively in the issues, in those issues in the real world. My concern is a lot of issues have been raised tonight. It's just that my question is, are these all the issues? And that's why I sent that email around asking for a list of the changes. Maybe I haven't been paying good enough attention, but I thought the current bylaws were working pretty well. So I was wondering, like, what were the flaws with the current bylaws, and how do these address those flaws? So again, a lot of issues have been raised tonight. I have no way of knowing these are all the issues that this new language will raise. And I'm hoping in the next month, the committee can do a little more work even. I hate to ask for that because so much has already been done, to let us know exactly why the bylaws are changing, what are the issues the problems that we've had, and how these revisions address them, so that we have a comprehensive list of what this does and things don't fall through the cracks, because that's one of my big fears.
Thank you, Howard. I mean, I would say I'll comment on one thing because of the email and the request. You know, to the nature of understanding the beginning of all this process. You know, that's respectively your opinion, but we don't do that at every resolution. We don't say, how did we start talking about traffic during transportation? The burden of sort of telling a backstory on every single issue, I think, would be high. Nor
I'm not asking for a back issue,
nor is it required. And I don't know if the
I agree. I totally agree, Stephen.
I did never interrupted you. I'll finish and I'll let you respond. I never talked over you. I just think there are people can have their opinions. People want to have more debate. You're allowed to have that opinions. Other people aren't. Everyone's getting their chance to speak. But the idea that we would literally start from scratch and spend time saying, here's how this started in 2020 in January, I wasn't even chair, I think is a difficult challenge. And I only bring that up and speak because you alerted to the email that was sent out that I addressed. Otherwise, I wouldn't allow you to speak to that. So,
okay. I'm definitely absolutely not interested in that. The history doesn't interest me at all. What I'm interested in is, like, when we have a resolution in the Transportation Committee, we talk about a problem that exists and have a resolution to address it. I would just like to know what the problems that existed that caused these amendments to be put forth. That's why I'm not interested in the history. I'm just interested in why we're doing it. That's all.
And I think, Susan, you alluded, but she could speak again, that there was an inconsistency. I wasn't there, but perhaps you can say, I know that Mark, other chairs started this, so I'm assuming there's a reason we started it. Do you want to just clarify that? I think there was a consistency that started the challenge.
Thanks very much. Before I do, I just want to address the use of the term gag and a gag.
We're not even going to do that. Let's just, Howard has a concern. We're going to move on from that.
Okay.
That's not what we're here.
Thank you.
So the way this, Roberta actually, when she was chair, had started the process. It's just considered good management to every once in a while take a look at it. And the last time that the bylaws have been redone was 2013. And so so before Mark appointed me, Roberta was running a bylaws task force. And then Mark became chair and he appointed me as chair of it. So that's when it started. And as I said, initially pre-COVID in the happy times, it was a very large group. We actually intentionally made the meetings right before BCI so that it would overlap with the most number of people that were going to BCI. So it would be least inconvenient for the most number of people. And we were offering free snacks to get people to come. I think Linda might remember that we were leaving free snacks and they were actually kosher snacks so that everybody could partake. Yes, Shelley now remembers that. So it was a happy time. And we did have a very robust conversation about what our starting point should be. And when the bylaws were done in 2013, there was no Manhattan Borough President office template. So, hat tip to Roberta and the gang who did the 2013 version without any sort of template to work off. They made this, out of like Martha Stewart, they created it out of nothing. But we had the template. And so we could start at that point. And so there was a large discussion about that. We voted on it and the task force agreed, all 15 or 20 of us, that we should start at that point. And then, as I said, we went back and we wove in anything from the CB7 current bylaws that was not there, except of course for Robert's Rules of Order. I'm sorry, Clary. So it's just considered good practice to go back and revisit these things. Not much more I can say about it. I appreciate everyone's feedback tonight. As Stephen said, though, this has been a very long process and it's not really fair to characterize it as, a lot of work and we have to start now.
And then the one thing I would just add, it's been commented a lot about the daytime. People misunderstand that most of our nights are booked. It's very difficult to get the task force. For instance, the senior task force that is 11. And then when we have 3 or 4, we try, and then there's always a holiday or sometimes different holidays. So it's very limited at 6:30. You could start these at 9 o'clock. I don't think people want, that was a challenge, but you could know that I think a lot of our task force, for instance, senior task forces during the day, this came up during the day. When we moved to Zoom and you couldn't maybe do 2 things, we only have 1 Zoom account. So there are some logistical things to when these timings of task force, and always committees take precedent and holidays. Just as an FYI.
And I will add to that a number of people in the task force have jobs. So it's not like, oh, we're not working.
And I just want to be clear, we're going to continue, but everyone's speaking once. Ethel's going to get a little extra time because she spoke in the beginning. That's what we decided in the beginning and we're going to do. So Christian, your turn to speak.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid to speak. It's not to extend the meeting tonight, but I have raised an issue, and I was at the meeting at the Borough President's office when they announced the template, and I don't think it was ever intended for people to actually follow it necessarily, but it was intended to, like, if you needed ideas as to how to do your bylaws, you could use this. So I unfortunately haven't had enough time to review the document, so I cannot speak as to whether I believe there's excessive changes or not. But there was one thing that I brought up as an issue back then, which was which I doesn't seem to have been addressed. By the charter, we record our full board votes. We also have to record the individual votes at committee. We're still not doing that, and that is required by the charter. That is something that should be included in the bylaws. We have to record the individual votes at the committee level also. Aside from that, other people already spoke about other issues. I have concerns. I will try to address them by writing to the bylaws task force later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I think I'm unmuted. Thanks. Sorry. Thank you very much, Christian. Jay.
If you don't mind, Stephen, can I temporarily defer to Ethel and then go after her?
Sure.
Okay.
Ethel, you have 1:30 you committed to, so we're going to take 30 seconds off the clock.
Thanks a lot. Can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, commendations to the people on the task force, and of course, to the chair of it. In addition to, I believe that the summary by Mark, the initial summary by Shelley, and indeed a number of the points and the good work that Rich did has been very, very helpful and to be commended. There's too much controlling or attempts of people's behavior. For example, in this copy, there are the words public decorum must be observed in the public meetings. And in fact, it says that to discourage people, board members talking to each other in meetings. I couldn't believe what I was reading in that. And I thought, what are we talking about public decorum? Good running of a meeting. I found that extremely alarming. And then there was something about certain sessions which have to be regulated, which in fact, in which there are people who may be with the police or undercover or something. And again, there was a question of that too in the public meeting should be controlled. That's not the way for the meeting to go. The last thing I would just like to say is that there is too much devolving to the chair. And that's not good, including 2 years. And there should be more from the steering committee and others, not solely to the chair, however important the chair is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethel. Jay, are you ready to go? You're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I as a member of the task force, I've been listening attentively, and it frankly would have been informative and helpful to have a lot of these comments all along during the process. But there are a number of factors, including a pandemic and scheduling and so forth, that appears to have discouraged or prevented a lot of colleagues from forwarding their comments. But, I've tried jotting down a few things, but I want to make a quick observation. First of all, a vast majority of these bylaws is essentially procedural and boilerplate. And I think this discussion has shown that there are perhaps 5 or 6 issues where people have expressed concern. Some of that is genuinely substantive, some of that, and that's on us, maybe that the language isn't clear enough or definitive enough about certain things, and we'll certainly revisit that. And that includes interaction with the media. It includes the affiliation and conflict language, which, by the way, is supported by the city charter, the rules of the city of New York. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, there's an entire section in the rules of the city of New York, which is entitled Special Rules for Community Boards. And there's a lot of substance in that that wasn't contained in our bylaws, and to some extent creates some degree of controversy where there wasn't any before, but nonetheless, it's the law, and including the conflict of interest board.
Jay,
So
we're up to 2. If you can summarize your thoughts, thank you.
Just as one sentence to sum up, we're gonna, with Susan's blessing, there's substance here that we can go back and we will deal with, and hopefully when, and this isn't up to me, when we ultimately vote on what our bylaws are going to be, hopefully the clarity and intention will be better articulated than it is now, because I can see from a lot of the commentary that that has to happen, and we'll certainly work to see that it happens the next time around.
Thank you, Jay. Doug? And then we do have a community member.
I'm going to attempt to time myself. So here we go. All right. So Basically, first I want to thank
For you.
I want to thank Susan and the task force for this yeoman's work and so really incredible. Like we're rewriting the Constitution in some respects. The question on the press, yeah, I mean, just it seems to me that the issues that are before the board should be something that have more restrictions. And of course, the disclaimer that you're not speaking on behalf of the board. I don't think anyone should say that they are speaking on behalf of the board without clearance, but I get requests for interviews in my personal work and my personal past work. I was a comedian. On the death of a comedian, I have a reporter asking me how I feel about it. I'm speaking to the press, it has nothing to do with the board. So, that's something. And on the 75% of a meeting, it is kind of strange. You don't know until the end of the meeting, but one of the questions I have is if I voted or anyone voted early on and then left prior to 75% of the meeting, now I am declared absent. Does my vote still count? So that's just a question I have. Other than that, obviously I'm a vice chair. So the question of treasurer and two vice chairs, I have to ponder on a little bit. And on the 2-minute rule, it seems to me that it should be commensurate with the amount of attendees and how many people want to speak on an issue. If it's a small meeting and there aren't too many speakers, then maybe someone can speak. So it's more about repetitive speaking than I think it is quantifying it specifically. Last but not least, conflicts of interest. It seems to me that it should be consistent with the charter and the borough president, because if there's an issue we can bring before the conflicts of interest board, it should be consistent with what we shouldn't differ from what I would call the Constitution of the city of New York. So anyway, that's it. I'm timed out.
You got a little more time, Doug, if you want to fill it in. I'm keeping an eye on you. Harder on yourself than me.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have a public member as well that would like to speak. Maria, I see that your hand is raised, and I'm going to allow you to speak about this topic. And given that way we kept everyone to 2 minutes, we're going to keep you to 2 minutes as well.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Hi, good evening. Thank you to the committee and especially Susan for the great work, which is a member of the public. I feel like this is a very long time coming. I do want to say that the last two speakers basically made the point I was about to make, which is that the New York City Charter does have conflicts of interest rules in them. And I can say from my perspective as a member of the public who's been attending a lot of community board meetings that, the need for transparency and assurance that, a quasi-government group is, acting consistent with the New York City Charter is really important for trust in, from the public in terms of trust that the board is acting in the best interest of the public. So I just wanted to make that point that as a member of the public, as, not somebody who's, on the committee, that I think these rules are really great from a good governance perspective. I think they're essential. And I also just want to make the point, while everyone on the committee is making excellent points, it's really important to remember that they're representing the public and to try to separate personal interest from that. These are, touchy subjects for some people. It's clear from the comments that they're getting close to people's concerns. And I just want to say that, it's important to remember that the public needs to trust in the board. So thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. We're going to have another person speak. I'm going to read out of the Q&A. Robert Tannhauser also shared as a public member their concerns about the speech issue. I'm just paraphrasing it, and I think the public has the right to know. So there is a public member that also agrees with some concerns about constraints on public speaking. Michael Saltzman, if you'd like to speak, he also is a member of the public.
Yes, actually, I don't have any comments about the bylaws, although it's very interesting listening to all of you and being a fly on the wall. It's very edifying. I just wanted to mention that I'm a volunteer with the Red Cross.
And Michael, I just want to be clear. Yes. This is this section, and we're going to hopefully in about 4 minutes transition.
Sure. Okay. All right. I wasn't aware that. I was a little confused
finalizing
about
this
that.
section, and we're eminently closing. And If you could respectfully stay on for a few, we're about to transition to the public session and I'll look to pick you early, okay?
Sure, fine.
Mr. Saltzman, I want you to know I wrote your name down. I was about ready to make comments, make notes on what you were saying.
Okay. All right, thank you. So this is going to close the session regarding speaking. I would want to make a couple, I will make a comment on sort of a general process because I'm involved in that. There are some conversations about process, and I would reiterate, we are all entitled to our opinions and our thoughts, and I respect that. My opinion is different as someone who's voyeuristically watched this process. This has gone on for years. There has been many, many meetings. There are certain people that have leaned in and engaged. There's been certain people that have said, I can't make 11, so I want to send you an email. Many people have been involved. So my feeling is we are at the end of the process. And although there are certain members that feel that there should be meetings, there have been 15 plus meetings. We now have a full hour dedicated to this. We will have another hour dedicated to that. Just the idea that we need another hour and another hour, I believe it's people's responsibilities. If you're passionate about a topic like parks, show up at parks. If you're passionate about a subject, show up. That's my belief. But the idea that we've had 1 or 2 meetings and this is being rushed through, I just do not agree with. What the process lays out for the bylaws was today and next month, and that's what we're doing. I will have a conversation after this. I will take in everything, but I want to very much reiterate that there has been many, many meetings about this. Everyone has been invited. I happen to know the chairs proactively reached out to meet people that may have some, and there will be conversations between now and then. But I do not agree with the fraction that believes that many, many, many more meetings need to be had for this. That's my thought process, and I'm going to share that. That's my 2 minutes of what I'm sharing. We've been talking about this for 2 years. There's been many, many meetings. Anybody who has raised their hand has been picked. Everyone's been available, and that is my thoughts on it. And at some point, if this is something that has been passionate about, then you still have 30 days to do so. So that closes this session. We're going to move on to next. So we are now moving to the last section, which are approval of minutes, a chair report, which I'm going to, because we have a long meeting and we still have to get into the community session, I'm going to sort of punt on. What I've done each week is ask this, does anybody have any challenges with last month's minutes? Okay, then can we get a unanimous consent on last month's minutes?
There's a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Aye.
Everyone,
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Great.
Stephen, I abstain.
Okay, great.
Aye.
So we have everyone says aye, and we have one abstaining. Okay. Well, then we're going to have to do it different because I don't know who's here. So what we're going to do then is, can we remove all the hands, Christian? Because people have left. So if we're going to have an abstention, I don't know what to say voted for. So everyone who wants to vote for the minutes, please raise their hand. Okay, I think I see 31. We're going to continue to hold. Natasha, if you're here, please get ready to verbally speak, but we'll hold at 31. I'm raising my physical hand. Natasha, are you here and do you want to verbally vote?
Yeah, I'm voting in favor.
Great. So, Seema, I think it was, do you want to confirm? Now I see 33 and add 2.
I do. Okay, 35.
Let's lower 35. Let's lower those hands. Anyone against the minutes? Let's move on. Abstaining. We have 1. And for cause. Great. So do you want to read our minutes?
35 to 0 to 1 to 0.
Great. Okay, look, I'm gonna, as I said, we've had a long meeting and we still have some against us. I'm gonna abstain on the chair report. I did want to reiterate some of the things that I said earlier in the meeting, which is I think that I do think that I want to applaud what I thought was largely a really positive conversation done in a well manner. So sometimes I think we should all pat on our backs. I also have to think that we need to acknowledge that we all differ. That's the beauty of this. And there are going to be I respectfully believe that many people disagree with me and others. I think we always try and do the consensus, but the beauty of having the Brady Bunch screen in front of me is that everyone has opinions. The goal is for us all to express them in a professional manner, everyone to get an opportunity, and hopefully we always continue to move forward with consensus. We do quality work, and then I hope that when we made a decision and then we have voted on something, we all get behind it and move on. I think that's the best way, and I think that as a whole, I want to applaud what I thought was I think people are passionate about, but we all handled it very, very well. So thank you. And I hope that this continues to move forward. I think that treating our board members and treating people around is important. And I know that this has been a tough time for all. And I've come to an opinion that Zoom sometimes makes things desensitive. But the only thing I'll say about my board report is we can continue to just try and be kind to each other. And it sounds a little kumbaya, but I mean it. I think we all are good people and everyone likes each other. And let's try and do the best we can to be respectful amongst each other. I think if we do that, we'll be a better community board. So with that, Max, do you want to say anything? There is the opportunity to speak, and you've been a hard worker. I want to thank him for everything he's done. Anything quickly you want to add, or any topics?
Thank you, Shelley. I see you clapping.
Others too.
Oh, we're all clapping.
And
we're all clapping. We're all clapping for you.
Well, in the interest of time, we can move on. I will just say that it is the time of the year when we were modding, that's what the technical term for it, money over into the specific budget codes, so that way we can be prepared to spend what we need to spend. And that's pretty much the only update I have, and I will defer back to you so we can proceed.
Thank you. Well, just to point out, you should know that budgets are very, very interesting. And I want to thank Bev, who has really acted as our de facto expert. And as
yes,
I learned as a chair, there's a lot more work with our budgets and a lot way to do it. So I want to thank Max, and I want to thank Bev for her leadership, who's got some, and it's part of the bylaws, and we'll figure it out. But I would point out that our budgets, paying people, it's much more intricate than I thought. And candidly, I run a P&L of a large company. It's not, you definitely got to be managed, but they're doing a great job, and thank you. Okay, let's move on to our last section, our community session. What we've done in the past is toggle back and forth for communities and then representatives. What I've done now, because a lot of the representatives have, you are panelists, and some people are new. I know some people, so I would encourage all of the representatives that want to speak during this session to raise your hands, and we'll go through. I try and remember who sort of went a little bit later and go forward. I do see you on, I'm here, but I would, again, if you're a representative, an elected official, you want to speak, I would encourage you to raise your hands now. I'll also make sure that I kind of work through people. So with that, I know that I was very, very happy to see Winifred, who was very kind to wait. Winifred, if you're still here, I'd allow you to speak now. You were very generous and willing to wait. So I'm going to allow you to speak, and this would be the time for you to talk about your topic.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. We appreciate it.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you. I'm here to say thank you and go for it. And we have a month to do that. The legislation in the state that's now up in the Senate, in the Environmental Committee, and has been passed by the Assembly, was partly created by you. And it's been a decade of working with now the fourth chair of the community board. On a problem that started here on West 97th Street in Park West Village parking lot where I live. And the proposal to dig there turned up toxins galore, lots and lots of lead. The state has been using EPA standards for lead in soil and ambient air, which are very outdated, that all the environmental people, including the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation of New York, I got last year to, I won't say admit, to testify publicly that he thought those standards should be improved, and would back New York becoming a national leader in the process. The legislation now that has been passed by the Assembly and is awaiting approval in the Senate sponsored by Cordell Clear, and co-sponsored in the assembly by Danny O'Donnell, because the problem started here. But it's not just our problem, as I said, of the standard by which they judge lead in soil and lead in ambient air. So the legislation is calling for the DEC to put forth standards that hopefully will be much better than the current federal standards, which are old and way out of date. Not that a standard for lead is ever correct. Anyway, this has to be done by June 2nd. I believe that there is a representative of Senator Cordell Clear's here tonight, and I would ask that they speak to that, if possible, right after me, so because that's the way it will make sense. And if you have passed resolutions, you testified at the environmental impact statement years ago, you passed a resolution in 2020, you have been through, as I said, various regimes of the community board, supportive in expertise and in fostering the concern over this issue.
Thank you, Winifred. I know that, I think
I'm done.
the office and Max has made himself available. We want to continue to do so. And in such appreciation of you waiting, we will choose Demarius, who represents the person you wanted to represent, which is not coming to
Senator Clear.
Cordell Clear. And if perhaps you could speak to Winifred's concern, Damaris, in your report, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Should I go on now?
Yeah, we're going to have you go now. I think she spoke to something that affected you. If you can add that to your report.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, Damaris could not be available. My name is Anthony Gray. I'm the Community Affairs Liaison for Senator Clear. She would like for me to update on her lead bill, which is S8050, which is the same as A5541. It's filed as environmental conservation, which is titled as it established environmental standards for lead and lead contamination. She'd like to thank Dean Heitmer and the leadership of the working group at Park West Village for their many years of work and partnership on this issue. The same she wants to let be known that can be said of CB7 past and present chairs and Wynn Armstrong, who has been constantly lending their effective support. And we hope you'll all do the same again this year. As many know, the legislation will require the establishment of a new stricter environmental standard for lead, dust, and lead contamination in soil and on floors and window sills. This legislation is necessary in light of the failure of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency to provide stricter standards to protect the public and children from each hazards. The bill has already been passed through the Assembly, and we're now working it through the Senate process. Things you can do to help are contact your current senators and ask them to co-sponsor, as well as write letters in support of the bill. Working together, I know we can make sure we pass the bill this year and get it in place to meaningful standards to be set in 2023. So she really just wants everybody to know she's pushing hard for this bill. And our office is available for any questions or concerns at 212-222-7315. She's also in celebration of the ID celebration. The senator is sponsoring this Thursday an ID celebration at the Adam Clayton Powell State Office building on Thursday at 6 p.m. We'll be serving dinner. It's free to all, and she'd like all to attend if they can. And we can be reached to RSVPU at 212-222-7315.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So again, we're going to toggle back and forth. Community member Michael Saltzman, I know you started. I asked you to wait. I'm going to allow you to speak now in this session.
Yeah, sorry again for screwing up your protocol there. This is the first community board meeting that I have sat in on, notwithstanding the fact that I'm a longtime resident of the Upper West Side on West 94th Street. So I'm a volunteer for the Red Cross, and they asked me to reach out to this community board to just remind people. I'm just hearing some background here, but just to remind people that the hurricane season starts next month. I'm sure everyone remembers Hurricane Sandy, Tropical Storm Sandy, and Tropical Storm Irene in 2011 and 2012, and other extreme weather events. And the Red Cross website has a checklist of information for emergency preparedness items that people can look to for preparing go kits in the event that there's an emergency. And so that's available at www.redcross.org/hurricanes if you wanted to pass that information on to your family and friends. And to further amplify on this, we have an emergency preparedness training course that's offered free off of the website. It's a Zoom class that's offered once a week, so that's also available. And just switching gears for a minute, I know in your March meeting, I looked at the minutes, there was some discussion about smoke detectors at NYCHA apartments, and how the fire department and the Red Cross partner together with NYCHA for installing these smoke detectors, which, you know, obviously we all have them in our apartments. They're simple devices, and as simple as they are, they save lives. So I just wanted to pass along a number for folks to call for these free installations. It's 1-877 Red Cross. So again, thanks for the opportunity to speak and to listen in on all the important stuff that you guys do.
Thank you, Michael. So we're going to go to elected official. I think, Emmett, you went towards the end last time, and I said I'd move you up. So Emmett, you're up.
Thank you, and hey, everybody. It's great to be with you. As always, I'm here representing Councilmember Sean Abreu in my capacity as his Community Engagement Director. A couple updates on the legislative side. Last week, we introduced a new bill to ban weight and height discrimination in employment. That was partnered with our original piece of legislation that was introed a few weeks ago to support foster youth who lost caregivers during COVID. We're also excited this upcoming Thursday to introduce a bill calling on the Board of Education to, for the first time, establish a curriculum and programming to bring a Jewish Heritage Day to our school system. So we are very excited for that, and to partner with some members of the Jewish Caucus in the council. And on the district side, we also have some exciting upcoming opportunities. We have a Mother's Day event this Friday. You can go on our website or social media to find a link to sign up if you're interested in attending. We're going to have lots of great food and music, and it's always a great opportunity to see people in person. On top of that, if you know of any young people between the ages of, I believe, 14 and 24, the deadline for the Summer Youth Employment Program was pushed back to this Friday. So for the first time, they're going to be offering over 100,000 jobs for young people in the community, and we were proud to advocate for the expansion of that program to help people get more technical skills, more professional skills this summer. And so just to reiterate, the deadline for that is Friday, and you can go online either on our website or just by putting it into Google and finding that application form. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Emmett. Linda, I believe that you are signed up, but it's from the community session, but you're going to be talking about an organization. So I think that's why you're here.
Thank you. So I'm talking about, I want to talk about energy equity. I want everybody to know about this. This is my client, but it's also my passion. So we know that prices are going to skyrocket. Utility costs are skyrocketing. There's no question about that. But there's help. There's help for everyone. There are going to be people in our community who will be choosing between using their air conditioners on the hottest day of the year, the hottest days of the summer, and eating. That's a reality, or buying medicine. There's help. And that help is a free app called Grid Rewards. Grid Rewards, one word, Grid Rewards. You can get it on Google Play. You can get it on the App Store. You don't need Wi-Fi. You don't need a computer. It's anybody who has a smartphone. This is available to you. And what it'll do is lower your utility bills by giving you prompts to respond to. Not only that, Con Edison, because it works with the Con Edison smart meter technology, Con Edison will pay you to reduce your use, to manage your energy. So this is available to all of us. It's available to everyone in Manhattan and in Brooklyn and Staten Island, Westchester. So every consumer, every small business that runs their utilities, and the prompts are very easy. And I'm passionate because I've been doing this since the app is only a year old. And I've been doing it since the app started. And I can tell you right now, I've earned $160 by lowering my carbon footprint, by helping to create sustainability. And I'm saving 25% every month on my utility bills, and more than that in the summertime. So this is available, again, Grid Rewards. This is about energy equity. This is, everyone can use this. You don't have to be a tech genius, but please talk to your neighbors. Help an older neighbor next door, and I say that with a straight face. Help a senior neighbor next door who has a smartphone. All they have to do is download the app and just follow the prompts. They're little pings, and it's so easy. So that's it. I just wanted to talk about Grid Rewards. I implore everybody on this feed tonight to download the app when we finally finish tonight. Okay, if you haven't already, get it.
Was there something you wanted to add? I'm going to keep toggling back and forth, but
yes, Zach Campbell has been waiting patiently for his turn. He signed up very early on.
Okay, great. So it is time for a community. Well, we're going to do another elected officials, and then we'll do Zach. So I'm just going to continue to go from the top down, and we will have Tyler Reynolds.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tyler Reynolds. I'm the new community liaison for Assemblymember Rosenthal. I know I'm a new face, but I'll be around for a while, and I'll be going to a few more of these meetings. I know I'm new to your meetings. I'm not really a rookie or a new guy. I spent the last 8 years with the city council, so I'm not Nicky New Guy, but I'm just new here. As far as updates go, COVID risk, we're back up into moderate risk. So New York City Health Department have suggested for all people, when you're in a indoor public setting and you don't know the vaccination status of the people around you, that you have a mask on. I am actually working remote all of the week because I tested positive for COVID yesterday. So I am working remote. I got it, thank the Lord. I am doing okay. But please make sure that you protect yourselves. Our office is back open full time. Everyone actually starting today, since I was in the office on Friday, they had their 3-day quarantine. So the office is back open full time. If you need masks, if you need COVID test, we have in the office. You can walk in and we have masks and we have COVID test for you, as well as most public libraries in New York City. They have tests and they have masks available if you live near a local library, and that's easier for you to get to. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. Welcome aboard. We look forward to seeing you more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zach Campbell, who has a lovely picture of himself and a lovely young newborn to a certain degree.
She's not a newborn anymore.
Well, I was
She
just
turned a
correcting
year
my
old.
words. What's the word for newborn? I may be off in timing, so.
She's getting towards toddlerhood.
Okay.
It's amazing. But that's a whole nother story. I'll be incredibly brief. I just wanted to give a brief update on the Museum of Natural History's Gilder Center project. Obviously, for anyone who's come by, you can see clearly that work is continuing on the project. In very exciting news, we're starting to begin installation of glass into some of the windows for the building. And we're working diligently on some of the elements of the park in the northwest corner, which we're hoping to reopen again this summer. If you want more in-depth updates, you can visit our project website and look at the news section or sign up for our e-blasts. Or you can reach out to me directly at zcampbell, spelled just like the soup, at amnh.org. Thanks very much and have a wonderful evening all.
Thank you.
Oh, and Linda, thank you. I signed up for the grid rewards thing already.
Look at that, the power of word of mouth marketing right in front of us. Mr. Eric Quello, are you ready to speak? Are you watching the end of the Yankee game?
Yes.
I believe it's successful.
I'm here. I'm here. Hopefully they still kept that lead.
They won. I get texts from my Yankee fans. So Eric and I are both
Thank you,
Yankee
Steven.
fans, and we speak about that. But we're here to speak about Community Board 7 business.
Appreciate it. And hello, everybody. Good to be with you all here. Just giving some very brief updates from the Borough President's office. First, wanted to let you know the Borough President was in attendance at the massive rally that took place this evening at Foley Park against the draft opinion that was circulated from the Supreme Court reversing Roe versus Wade. He's calling this both a breathtaking setback and a brutal blow to all who believe in reproductive freedom and looking to work with colleagues at all levels to fight back on this issue. Tyler was mentioning this as well, but just yesterday, the city officially moved into the medium risk or yellow COVID alert status. This is due to the fact that we're now at about 2,500 cases daily. Borough President continues to encourage New Yorkers to follow the recommendations of the New York City Department of Health, mainly pushing for individuals to get their booster shots. Only 37% of the city has gotten a booster shot. Strongly recommending mask wearing in indoor public settings, getting tested before and after social gatherings, and of course, making sure that if you do test positive on a home test, still contacting 212 COVID-19. You can be evaluated for treatment. You may be eligible to receive antiviral medications, which are really helpful and kind of limiting kind of the damage of the virus. Just briefly wanted to touch on community board applications, thanking everyone again who has applied to continue to serve on CB7. I know we've mentioned before, we received nearly 900 applications across all 12 boards. We're almost done reviewing all of the applicants and both new and reapplicants. Everyone should expect a response from our office, hopefully next week. So we appreciate your patience on this. Public restrooms, this past week, Borough President Levine teamed up with a council member, Rita Joseph, to introduce legislation combating New York City's notorious lack of public restrooms. It's an issue of equity, it's an issue of public health, sanitation, and these bathrooms are right for many who need them in the city. The push is for the city to publish a report for feasible locations and install a public bathroom in every New York City zip code. And then finally, wanted to cover the Uptown Wagon. It's a mutual aid group that provides everything from free meals to clothing, PPE, toys, haircuts, basic medical services, taking place in front of our Northern Manhattan office. That'll be on Wednesday, May 18th. Our Northern Manhattan office is located at 431 West 125th Street. It takes place in the evening, so after 7 p.m. We hope to either see you there or please share this information with any family, friends, networks in need. And that is my report.
I got to unmute myself. Thank you, Eric. Let's have Nicole Painter from the public speak.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Nicole Painter from the Columbus Avenue Bid. I just wanted to let you know about two exciting programs. We have one that just launched is our second round, I guess, of Art on the Ave NYC, where we have an walking art gallery in some of the vacant storefronts on Columbus Avenue. The theme of this exhibition is Creating Tomorrow, and it's about sustainability and creating a better future. And all of the artwork featured are by local New York City artists, and all of the art is for sale with 100% of the proceeds going to the artists. So you can learn more and check out a map of locations at artontheave.nyc.com. And I also wanted to let you know and invite everyone to come out to our open streets, which will be relaunching on Sunday, May 15th. It will run from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. every Sunday through the end of October. And we're really excited to have people back out there, bringing a lot of exciting programming, have our restaurants and our businesses out in the street, and we would love to see everyone there. The first Sunday, we will have some exciting programming, which we will be launching soon, but it will include a partnership with Art on the Ave and having a kids art day interactive sort of exhibition, but I will be sharing more. I also wanted to share that we would love to have any local organizations, block associations, or the community board out on the avenue. If anyone's interested in tabling or creating a space there, they can just reach out to us at our website at columbusavenuebid.org. And we are also still hiring for staff to work every Sunday. So if anyone is looking for a job or just a little extra money on Sundays, they can apply via our website as well, columbusavenuebid.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have a representative. It's Sophie Secker. Am I saying that correctly? I hope, for State Senator Serrano.
Sophie Secor, but you were very close. Hi, everyone. I'm here representing Senator Serrano as his community liaison. This has been a really busy past couple of weeks in the Senate. I'm sure all of you have heard with the budget, redistricting news, and now today's news with the potential overturning of Roe v. Wade. I mean, although this news is disheartening, the senator is a strong protector and advocate for reproductive rights, and he's going to continue working his hardest to protect those rights in the Senate. Some quick updates on what he's been up to recently. He chaired a meeting with the Senate Committee on Culture Affairs, Tourism, and Parks and Recreation. They just reviewed some discussed and reviewed some legislative bills. He also passed 5 bills, which include the creation of a state task force to promote outdoor learning and recreation opportunities, reporting the alienation of municipal parkland passes, prohibiting the lease of state forest and wildlife management areas for the purpose of gas production, the creation of a state park passport program, and permitting farmers markets in state and local parks. Lastly, just as COVID rates continue to rise up again, our office wants to offer everybody the opportunity to come to our office. We have tons of free take-home COVID tests. If you're interested in coming and picking up some tests, I'm going to drop my email in the chat, and just let me know if I could schedule a time for you to come get them. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we don't have a chat because of concerns over OML, but if you work with Max, he will make sure that he gets it to you. If you coordinate, I'm sure he has your email.
Got it. Thank you.
So I'm going to read a public announcement from Steve Anderson, who couldn't stay. He asked me to read this, and I'm going to sort of paraphrase. He says, if anyone would like information about starting a block association or strengthening their block association, please contact the one-year-old Upper West Side Coalition of Block Associations and Community Groups. He put his website forward, which is upperwestsidecoalition.org, or email him at upperwestsidecoalition@gmail. If there's any concerns, you can follow up, and Maxim will do so. We'll pass it on. Then he also mentions that March 19th, 6:30 via YouTube, the coalition will have a forum of the 3 commanding officers of the 3 Upper West Side precincts. They'll discuss Upper West Side crime and crime prevention.
That's May 19th.
My apologies. Glasses are going towards the end of the night, May 19th. Appreciate it. Okay, let's have Evelyn. Evelyn?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Stephen, and good evening to everyone. I'm the the new Manhattan Borough Director for the Office of the New York City Comptroller, Brad Lander, and my full name is Evelyn Collado. I just want to quickly thank you for, the invitation to present tonight, and I just have a quick, few announcements to make. I sent today to all the community boards and the BIDs and many of our community partners our sanitation survey. It consists of a series of questions. The comptroller is interested in knowing, what is the current state of sanitation issues within the different districts in New York City. And part of that will be also a set of sanitation and property tax town halls. We had the first one today in Staten Island. That's the kickoff town hall. It was in person, but we'll have the one for the borough of Manhattan in June. And I'll be in conversation with the different community boards to see was a date that could accommodate most of our boards, so everyone can attend. That one will be a virtual town hall, and I will be sending information later on next week. We also have a virtual town hall on the 9th, May 9th. Is our office in collaboration with Congressman Jamal Bowman and State Senator Robert Jackson, and that's going to be on the federal stimulus funding that was granted to New York for for educational purposes, and we are looking at how the funding is being invested, and whether is being done with the with attention to equity issues and in those districts with most needs. So that's it for now, and thank you again, and I'll see you next time.
You're muted.
You have to unmute, Stephen.
Stephen, you're muted. It's been a long night. Thank you for letting me know. Last thing I want to do is that I did receive an email from Captain Zuber, and it was acknowledged that he was about to join. He did explain to me that we'll probably hear about it tomorrow, but a commercial robbery began on the T-Mobile store on 77th and Broadway. He actually physically joined the pursuit of the fleeing perpetrators. Unfortunately, there was crashes into several parked cars. Hope none of you know around Broadway. And he was very involved in the process. And they said the perpetrators were a string of several crimes that, just like this, that have throughout Manhattan and Yonkers. Doesn't clarify if he got them or not, but he did want to clarify that. So we'll hear more about that, but he was about to join for us. So with that, I think we've had a pretty lengthy meeting, and barring anything else, I'd like to propose that we adjourn our meeting.
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate us working through a very challenging meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.